Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start. Please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're delighted to welcome you to the 8th Djuanda International Conference on Applied Science and Djuanda International Conference on Social Science, Universitas Djuanda, Bogor, Indonesia. Hosted in the cool, rainy city Bogor, Universitas Djuanda has the honor to present you this international conference. The conference aims to establish international scholars and academic community in pursuing support sustainability, sourcing amid the challenge of climate change through applied and social research. This conference is also intended to connect the scientists and professionals from various spectrums. It is an honor to me to introduce and welcome to the guests at our table the Chancellor of Universitas Djuanda, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Martin Rustami, SHMH, CRA, CMI, CCD. Director of Universitas Djuanda, Ibu Dr. Raden Siti Pupu Fauziah, MPD. The Chief of Indonesian Coast Guard, Vice Admiral TNI, Dr. Irfan Shah, SHM, TR Opsla, CHR, MP. The keynote address, Professor Dr. Eng Asep Bayudani Nandianto, ST Eng from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Karim Syafiq Mahdi Al-Obaidi, Taylor University, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Nurwal Hilal bin MD Dahlan, University Utara, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena, Durban University of Technology, South Africa. Professor Datuk Mazrin Rohizak bin Ceharus, University Geomatika, Malaysia. Associate Professor Mary Ann Heng, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Rakotoa Riswa Mamini Rina Fenitra, PhD, Asta Research Center, Madagascar. And we also have in our online space, Professor Dr. Tulus Suryanto, MM AKTCA, UIN Raden Intan Lampung, Indonesia. Professor Agus Sofyan, PhD, University of Pikeville, USA. Associate Professor Dr. Hiristina Horeshkova, University of National and War Academy, Bulgaria. Professor Dr. Semra Miriti, Gazi University, Turkey. And Professor Dr. Ismail Hakimiriti, Hasetipi University, Turkey. And for all lecturers of the faculties of Universitas Djuanda, and also we welcome all the presenter and participant of Djuanda International Conference. We will start the event with the recitation of the Holy Quran by Rizal Syamsul Ma'rif, SHMH.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا ناجيتم الرسول فقدموا بين يدي نجواكم صدقة ذلك خير لكم وأطهر فإن لم تجدوا فإن الله غفور رحيم فإن لم تجدوا فإن الله غفور رحيم صدق الله العظيم اللهم صل وسلم على الله تبارك وتعالى عن كل صحابة رسول الله أجمعين آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wassahabihi ajma'in Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin tibbil qulub wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absari wa diyaiha wa ala alihi wassahabihi wasallim Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhum kama rabbawna shighara ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم إنا نسألك إيمانا كاملا ويقينا صادقا وعملا متقبلا ورزقا حلالا طيبا واسعا مباركا اللهم اجعل هذا جمعنا جمعا مرحوما تفرقنا من بعده تفرقا مباركا معصوما ربنا تقبل منا innaka as-sami'ul alim wa tub 'alaina ya maulana innaka at-tawwabur rahim rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi washabbihi wa baraka wa sallam subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh
For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya, and the Universitas Djuanda hymn. May all we rise. You may be seated now. Before we come to the next agenda, I would like to greet on our online space. There will be a 250 participants in our Zoom meeting. Welcome to Djuanda International Conference for all participants in Zoom meeting. Okay. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the welcome speech that delivered by the Chancellor of Universitas Djuanda. Please welcome Professor Dr. Haji Martin Rostami, SH, MH, CRA, CMI, CCD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala habibina wa syafi'ina wa zuhurina wa maulana Muhammad. Good morning and welcome to the Djuanda International Conference. It is with great pride and joy that we gather here today at the Djuanda University campus bertauhid for this prestigious event. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to all participants and our distinguished keynote speaker. The first of all, Bapak Laksamana Madya TNI, Dr. Irfan Shah, SH, MTR, Opsla, CHRMP, Kepala Badan Keamanan Laut Republik Indonesia, Bakamla. Dengan penuh rasa terima kasih, kami menyambut kehadiran Bapak Kepala, Bapak Jenderal Universitas Djuanda Kampus Bertauhid. Kehadiran beliau merupakan momentum penting dalam merealisasikan tekad UNIDA untuk mendukung sistem ekonomi kelautan dan keamanan laut teritorial Republik Indonesia yang berdaulat. Pada kesempatan ini, istimewa ini, kami juga mohon kesediaan hadirin untuk mengambil waktu dalam rangka penandatanganan Memorandum of Understanding between UNIDA dan Bakamla sebagai langkah awal kolaborasi strategi dalam bidang studi, mahasiswa, riset, pengabdian masyarakat, serta pengembangan hukum, keamanan, ekonomi, dan potensi kelautan Indonesia. Kami berharap kerjasama ini dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan bangsa dan kedaulatan maritim. After that, please allow me to, before the presentation, to all speakers, Djuanda and Bakamla will sign a memorandum of understanding, which marks a significant step toward a strategy collaboration in study, research, community service, and development of law, security, economy, and maritime potential of Indonesia. Allow me to touch my very distinguished guest speaker, Professor Dr. Eng Asep Bayu Dani Nandianto from the Indonesia Education University. Prof. Asep, selamat datang. Asok Professor Abdul Karim Safik Mahdi Al-Ubaidi from Taylor's University, actually from Iraq. No, in Taylor is it? Associate Professor Mary Eng from Nanyang Technology University. Welcome, bro. Professor Dr. This is my close friend, Professor Dr. Nurwal Hilal Mandalan from University Utara Malaysia. Selamat datang, Prof. Profesor Tulus Suryanto, he will come after. Professor Rivinder Rena from Durban University of Technology, South Africa. Welcome, Prof. Rakoto Riasimo, Rakoto Warisoa, Maminirana, Mr. Fins. I'm sorry, so difficult to. Mr. Fins, welcome. our friend from Madagascar, Professor Dato Mazrin Rohizak C. Rose from University Geomatika Malaysia. Welcome, Prof. And also distinguished speaker who attend virtually from USA, Professor Dr. Agus Sofian, PhD, from University of Picketteville, the United States of America. Good afternoon, Professor Agus. Professor Dr. Ismail Hakiki Merici from HTTP University Ankara, Teşekkür ederim. Good morning, Prof. Professor Dr. Semra Mirici from Gazi University, Turkey, and Associate Professor Dr. Kristina Oreskova from University of National and World Economy, Bulgaria. Welcome to Djuanda International Conference in Bogor. We are deeply honored by your presence and look forward to your insight and contribution. This conference theme supports sustainability sourcing, aimed the challenge of climate change through networking and collaboration in applied and science and social research, reflect a critical global issue that demands urgent action and innovative study. As we face the challenge posed by climate change, this forum serves as an important and space to discuss strategies related to sustainability, resources procurement, and increased resilience. The focus is on maritime economic resilience and align with the idea of Djuanda Declaration. The 8th DICSS conference on December 13, 2024 coincided with the 97th anniversary of Djuanda Declaration, which based on Presidential Decree to number 126 of 2001 was designated as a Nusantara Day. The name of Institut Djuanda is an integral part of every tough step and activity related to education, research, and community service by the academic community of Djuanda. Jadi hari ini kita juga memperingati deklarasi Insinyur Djuanda Declaration ke-67. Marilah kita sama-sama merenungkan, menundukkan kepala setengah menit, berdoa buat beliau, semoga Allah menerima amal ibadahnya. Ini cipta, dimulai. Wa'afirlahu warhamhu wa'afi wa'fanhu wa'krim nuzulahu wa'wasi' manakhalahu wa'sirhu fissali wal ma'il balaj wa naqihi minal khotaya kama yunaka sawul abyad minal danas wa dilhu daran khairan midarihi wa alam irwa'atu jannah. Allahu ja'al kubrahu rawdatan miril jannah wa la ja'al kubrahu ghaftan. Amin. Therefore, Djuanda University support the great name of Insinyur Haji Djuanda, opening itself to conducting research, partnership, or community service activities with the parties interested and the Indonesian Sea. As a result, the territory of Indonesia, Republic Indonesia, has increased because of Djuanda Declaration, 2.5 times from 5,193,250 kilometers is a calculation of 196 straight baseline from the outermost island point, creating a virtual boundaries line that surround the Republic of Indonesia along about 8 million meals, which is now also known as we call Wawasan Nusantara. If we imagine what would it be like if the border of Republic of Indonesia were never declared by Djuanda Declaration, surely Indonesia could not inherit its territory as it is today. So what should we do? Maintain or utilize the territory of Republic Indonesia. There are many potential that can be developed in Indonesia maritime security. The sea area reach 5.8 million square kilometer and is the quarters of the total area of the Indonesian country. In Indonesia, there are more than 17,000 islands surrounded by the second largest coastal line after Canada with around 95,000 kilometers. Now Indonesia must reorient national development from land-based to sea-based. The key is in optimizing the utilization of marine potential and creating economic growth centers spread throughout the archipelago. Through this, it is hoped that a strategy will be created to increase national economic growth. Dear speaker and participant, the conference comprises two scopes: applied science and research, focusing on innovative solution to sustainability challenge, and social science research, highlighting the role of social collaboration in the achieving sustainability goals. This dual approach underpins the importance of interdisciplinary effort in addressing global issues effectively. Also, the conference aligned with the 5 of United Nations Sustainability Development SDG goals. In UNIDA, there are 5 goals. We planning our activity. 1, no poverty, empowering inclusive solution to eradicate poverty. Goal number 4, quality education, underlining the transformative power of education. Goal number 5, gender equality, advocating for equitable opportunity goals. Number 16, peace, justice, and strong institution, which is critical for fostering stability and inclusivity. And goal number 17, partnership for the goals, highlighting the significance of collaboration across borders and discipline. By embracing this goal, this event underscores the critical role of research, education, and partnership in achieving in sustainability future. We take pride in hosting the diverse array of scholars, researchers, and practitioners from across the globe who bring unique perspective and expertise to the conference. Together, we aim to explore how research can provide practical, scalable solutions to the challenge posed by climate change while strengthening network for long-term collaboration. It is through this shares of effort that we can inspire meaningful change and ensure sustainability in sourcing, governance, and community development. As the conference progresses, we encourage participants to engage actively in discussion, workshop, and networking opportunity. These exchanges are not only a venue for academic growth, but also stepping stone toward actionable outcomes. We are confident that the outcomes of this event will significantly contribute to the global effort in addressing climate change challenge and achieving sustainability. To our participant and speaker, we extend our heartfelt congratulations for being part of this landmark event. Your enthusiasm, dedication, and commitment to advancing knowledge and collaboration inspire us all. We are confident that your contribution will leave a lasting impact on both academic discourses and practical application. Ladies and gentlemen, especially the researcher, we also allow the journal for the researcher, even one Scopus index and the others Sinta index. That's why I guess is to make our researcher enhance to make article, and then article selected by a committee will be published in choose journal. Please be careful and what do you call follow the what do you call rule of the journal, and your article will be published in this journal. Finally, welcome to our beloved campus, Djuanda University, a campus nuances with Tauhid values. We hope you enjoy this enriching scientific activity in spin of comfort and enthusiasm. May this conference be source of inspiration, collaboration, and progress for all. Once again, welcome, and let us embark on this important journey together. Sebelum saya tutup, izinkan saya membaca satu pantun karena ada dari Malaysia. Ya. Nah, kasih pantun satu ya. Memang enak si mangga muda, rasanya asam tidak pahit. Selamat datang di Universitas Djuanda, kampus tercinta, kampus bertauhid. Thank you very much. Wallahu yaqulul haq wa huwa yahdis sabil. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Martin. Before we come to our keynote speech, let's watch the video profile of the Indonesian Coast Guard.
Indonesian Coast Guard is a non-ministerial government agency responsible to the President through the Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs. The organizational structures of the Indonesian Coast Guard consist of the Chief of the Indonesian Coast Guard, who is responsible to the President of the Republic Indonesia, and as a supervisory element in charge of the Executive Secretary, who also oversees the Planning and Organization Bureau, General Bureau, and Infrastructure Bureau. The Deputy for Policy and Strategy oversees the Directorate for Research and Development, Directorate for Strategy, and Directorate for Policy. The Deputy for Operations and Exercise oversees the Directorate of Training, the Directorate for Maritime Air Operations, and the Directorate for Sea Operations. Deputy for Information, Legal, and Cooperation in charge of the Directorate for Data and Information, Directorate for Law, and Directorate of Cooperation. The Chief of Indonesian Coast Guard also directly supervises the Inspectorate, Law Enforcement Unit, Western Maritime Zone in Batam, Central Maritime Zone in Manado, and Eastern Maritime Zone in Ambon.
Kita harapkan ke depan Bakamla itu menjadi embrio Coast Guard-nya Indonesia, sehingga nanti lembaga yang lain itu memang kembali ke institusinya masing-masing, dan di laut itu yang diberikan kewenangan hanya Bakamla.
Indonesian Coast Guard, in performing its duties, cooperates not only within the country but also between coast guards in Asia and Europe. This cooperation includes information exchange, joint patrols, education, personnel development, as well as law enforcement operations at sea aimed at dealing with threats such as smuggling, piracy, and illegal fishing. One important aspect of the cooperative relationship is joint personnel development exercises between countries. Indonesian Coast Guard often conducts joint exercises with fellow countries to increase the capacity and capability of personnel. In addition to personnel development, ship maneuvering exercises between countries are also part of Indonesian Coast Guard international cooperation. This exercise aims to improve interoperability and coordination between ships from various countries. With this maneuvering exercise, Indonesian Coast Guard state vessels can train with vessels from other countries in various scenarios, such as search and rescue operations, disaster management, and maritime security patrols. This exercise not only strengthens international cooperation, but also shows the commitment of Indonesian Coast Guard in maintaining security and stability in Indonesian waters and Indonesian jurisdiction. Indonesian Coast Guard, as stated by the Maritime Law No. 32 of 2014, is in charge of conducting security and safety patrols in the waters and jurisdictions of Indonesia. Indonesian Coast Guard has several functions, such as formulating national policies, integrating information systems, and coordinating patrols, as well as other tasks in the field of defense. In performing its roles and function, Indonesian Coast Guard has the authority to conduct ship inspection and to arrest the offenders. Indonesian Coast Guard, in performing its duties, is equipped with patrol facilities in the form of vessel and special response teams to conduct inspection. Currently, Indonesian Coast Guard has 10 patrol vessels, namely State Vessel Tanjung Datu, which is the largest ship of Indonesian Coast Guard with a length of 110 meters. Indonesian Coast Guard also has state vessels with a length of 80 meters, namely State Vessel Pulau Nipah, State Vessel Pulau Mawere, and State Vessel Pulau Dana. To conduct coastal and strait patrols, Indonesian Coast Guard has 6 vessels with a length of 48 meters, namely State Vessel Belut Laut, State Vessel Bintang Laut, State Vessel Gajah Laut, State Vessel Singa Laut, State Vessel Ular Laut, and State Vessel Kuda Laut. 8 catamarans, 10 rigid inflatable boats, and 4 high-speed craft, which are the fastest patrol vessels in Indonesia. In maintaining the security and safety of Indonesian waters, Indonesian Coast Guard, through the Indonesia Maritime Information Center, or IMIC, carries out 24-hour monitoring for 7 days. If a suspicious ship is detected, Indonesian Coast Guard analyzes and disseminates information to the unit under it or to the nearest site unit to be followed up if necessary. Indonesian Coast Guard has 3 maritime zone offices, which are Western Zone in Batam, Central Zone in Manado, and Eastern Zone in Ambon. In the recruitment process, prospective Indonesian Coast Guard personnel have to pass several selection stages. The computer-assisted test, which measures the level of intelligence, then the psychotest stage, which measures psychological quality, and the physical test to measure the physical readiness of the personnel. Indonesian Coast Guard personnel are those who have a responsive and agile attitude like military personnel. The personnel who are selected are required to attend Coast Guard basic training as a provision for those who are ready to protect the security and sovereignty of Indonesia. These patrol vessels are available in waters that are prioritized to deal with any threats to marine security and safety against Indonesia's national interests at sea.
Bakamla RI siap mengamankan Laut Indonesia demi masa depan bangsa.
We are now going to listen our keynote speech to the Chief of Indonesian Coast Guard. Laksdia TNI Dr. Irfansyah SH MTR Opsla CHR MP. Bengkulu 10 Mei 1968, AAL Angkatan 36 tahun 1990, Dikpasis Angkatan 3 tahun 1991, Diklapa 1 ART TA 1994-1995, Longionary Course Pakistan tahun 1996, Diklapa 2 KOUM Angkatan 15 tahun Angkatan 2001, Seskol Angkatan 42 tahun 2004, Seskogap Thailand tahun 2015-2016, Profesi CHR MP, MKI, JKT, TH 2019, PPSA Angkatan 23, Lemhanas RI tahun 2021. S1 Ilmu Hukum Universitas Yosudarso tahun 2014, S2 Magister Terapan Opsla Seskol tahun 2020, S3 Manajemen Strategik Universitas Trisakti. Please welcome Vice Admiral TNI Dr. Irfansyah SH MTR Opsla CHR MP.
The Honorable Chancellor of Djuanda University, Professor Dr. Martin Rustami SH.MH, the Honorable Rector of Djuanda University, Dr. Hanja RCT Pupu Fauzia, SPDI, MPDI, distinguished guests, esteemed academics, researchers, all participants, luring and daring. And for information, this time, currently, there are about 500 participants from Indonesia Coast Guard attending this conference online. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning and warm greetings to all of you. Coinciding with the 67th anniversary of Djuanda Declaration, we gather here today to attend the 8th Djuanda International Conference on Applied Science, or DICAS 2024, and 8th Djuanda International Conference on Social Science, or DICSS 2024. On this occasion, I will deliver the presentation about the economic potential of marine resources in upholding the spirit of Djuanda Declaration for the prosperity of the people and national security of Indonesia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to deliver Bakamla's perspective on maritime security in Indonesia, which cannot be separated from the duties, functions, and roles of Bakamla based on National Law Number 32, 2014. Bakamla was established to encourage optimization effort to ensure maritime security in Indonesia. In carrying out this task, function, and roles, Bakamla realized the importance of effort to create a maritime situational picture which will encourage the establishment of maritime domain awareness. At the end of my presentation, I would like to encourage all parties to take part in realizing maritime domain awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, in this presentation I will explain first, shortly will delivered about Bakamla area through short video already done. Second, in introduction, I shortly will deliver about the vital role of the sea and about Djuanda Declaration, its history and effects toward Indonesia maritime. And next about maritime issues and maritime threats in Indonesia. And then I will explain also a brief strategy concept supporting sustainability blue economy. At last but not least, we arrived at conclusion and recommendation. Bakamla area as the Indonesia Coast Guard has the duties, functions, and authority to maintain security, safety, and law enforcement in Indonesia's maritime areas and its jurisdictional waters. The primary duties of Bakamla RI is to conduct patrols, enforcement, and security operations in Indonesia's maritime areas and jurisdictional waters. Its functions include formulating national maritime security policies, implementing early warning systems, coordinating and monitoring law enforcement at sea, supporting search and rescue operations, and ensuring the security, prevention, and prosecution of violations at sea. Bakamla RI also has the authority to carry out hard pursuit when anomalies occur at sea, inspect vessels, hand over to the authorities for further processing, and integrate information systems. Ladies and gentlemen, in an article discussing the world ocean published on the National Geographic website in 2024, it provides a detailed explanation of the definition of the ocean and its crucial importance for life. It stated that 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by water, and it is home to almost 97% of the planet's water, making the ocean the most critical component in the Earth's life cycle. Furthermore, the existence of the ocean also greatly influences global weather and climate cycles. This situation is part of a natural process in the water cycle, which plays a crucial role in sustaining life on Earth. National Geographic also report that over 90 tons of seafood are caught by fishermen worldwide, consisting of more than 100 species of fish and shellfish. As such, millions of people rely on fishing for their livelihoods. Additionally, National Geographic highlights growing concern among humanity, particularly among experts who understand the degradation and overexploitation of the world's marine resources. This has led scientists in recent decades to push for broader utilization of the ocean as a source of renewable energy. In summary, it can be said that ocean is home to 99% of life on Earth. The ocean provides 90% of the world's protein needs, helps slow climate change by absorbing 30% of CO2 emissions, absorb 90% of the heat caused by the greenhouse effect, serves as a road for 90% of global trade, provides space for hundreds of millions of jobs, and is the source of at least 30% of the world's gas and oil. The Djuanda Declaration is a significant milestone in Indonesia's history as the archipelagic state. Through this declaration, Indonesia not only succeeded in significantly expanding its sovereignty, but also gained international recognition for the archipelagic state principle, which has become a strong foundation for managing maritime resources, security, and its strategic geopolitical position. This declaration has solidified Indonesia's status as a maritime nation with an important role in the region and the world. Indonesia, as an archipelagic country, has unique geography that requires special regulations. In addition, its vast maritime area must be viewed as a unity, making maritime security crucial for the nation. This consideration led Indonesia to issue the Djuanda Declaration. The Djuanda Declaration, issued on December 13, 1957, was a monumental first step in reaffirming Indonesia's status as an archipelagic state. However, this declaration did not immediately gain international recognition. Indonesia faced significant challenges in advocating for the archipelagic state concept and establishing it as part of international maritime law. This led to a long diplomatic struggle involving various strategic efforts at both regional and global levels. Some of the steps taken included the enactment of Law Number 4 of 1960 on Indonesian waters, followed by the presentation of the Nusantara Vision concept at the Afro-ASEAN Conference in Colombo in 1971. Indonesia's effort didn't stop there. The country also actively promoted the concept of an archipelagic state during the United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea. The result of this struggle was the official recognition of the archipelagic state principle in the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. This convention recognized the concept of archipelagic baselines, which allows archipelagic countries to draw strike baselines connecting the outermost points of their islands. As a result, the waters within this baseline are recognized as archipelagic waters, falling under the country's sovereignty. The recognition of the archipelagic state principle through the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea marked an important historical milestone for Indonesia. The Djuanda Declaration of 1957, which served as the foundation for the archipelagic state concept, was finally globally recognized in this convention. However, after the adoption of the UNCLOS 1982, its implementation in Indonesia required various strategic steps, legal reinforcement, and policy adjustment to ensure that this recognition will bring tangible benefits to the country's sovereignty and national development. The adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea has had a significant impact on Indonesia in terms of sovereignty, economy, and maritime security. As the largest archipelagic country in the world, the recognition of the archipelagic state concept by UNCLOS has strengthened Indonesia's position on the international stage and provided various opportunities as well as challenges that need to be managed. The recognition of the UNCLOS principle of the archipelagic state is a major victory for Indonesia in its fight for maritime sovereignty. However, this endorsement also brings several significant challenges for Indonesia in managing, defending, and utilizing its maritime territory. As an archipelagic state with more than 17,000 islands and vast marine areas, the implementation of UNCLOS provision demands considerable effort in the fields of law, security, economy, and diplomacy. However, a concerning situation was reported by the World Bank in its June 2023 World Bank infographic Lautra report, which stated that in the past few decades, the world has lost about 20 to 50% of its coral reefs. The UN estimates that 90% of the world coral reef will be extinct by 2050 if no action is taken to address this. 1/3 of Indonesia coral reef are in poor condition. 40% of mangrove forests and seagrass beds in Indonesia are in degrade or lost state. Given this situation, the World Bank report highlights that if not properly managed, challenges related to the integrity of Indonesia's marine and coastal ecosystem could hinder the country's marine economic potential. Furthermore, it is also stated that Indonesia is predicted to experience the largest decline in fish catch globally, which will increasingly widen the poverty gap in coastal villages. And in general, fishermen's income is lower than the national minimum wage. This situation is certainly a sad concern, especially for the government to find strategic effort to prevent the predicted outcome outlined by the World Bank, particularly through the management of maritime potential based on sustainable economic practices. The ocean, which covers 70% of Earth's surface, is a highly dynamic area as it serves as a medium for the activities of all humanity. The synthesis of human behavior, theory, sociology, and anthropology leads to Lloyd threat concept, which states that the threat results from the interaction between intention, circumstance, and capability. There are at least 8 factual and potential threats in the sea, namely territorial violations, armed piracy, maritime accidents, organized crime, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or IUU fishing, marine pollution, maritime terrorism, and invasion. Among these threats, invasion is the least likely to occur, although it poses a danger to sovereignty. On the other hand, IUU fishing is the most frequent threat, and organized crime is the most dangerous threat because it has broad and long-term impacts. Indonesia's maritime security system must be capable of addressing all these forms of threat, having the capacity to counter intentions, neutralize the circumstances, and face the capabilities of the perpetrators. Ladies and gentlemen, regional maritime security issues are almost similar to the issues that are faced by Indonesia, since the threat of maritime security in Southeast Asia and even global world are almost similar. Issue on drug trafficking, IUU fishing, irregular migration, smuggling, armed robbery, human trafficking, border dispute, and also oil spill pollution, and are faced by our region whether the actor that threaten us are from external actor or from internal actors. Considering the dynamic of maritime threats and the current condition of Bakamla RI, an approach has been taken to deploy forces in priority areas, implement a standby fleet patterns, and enhance information capacity to build an early warning system. Based on the maritime security challenges in 2021, the priority operational areas for Bakamla RI include the waters of North Natuna Sea, the Indonesian Archipelagic Sea Lanes, or ALKI 1, 2, and 3, the west coast or the Sumatra Island coastline. The North Natuna Sea has the potential for IUU fishing and territorial violation, while the ALKI is prone to legal violation related to shipping and maritime safety, and the Sumatra coastline is a road for drug trafficking. From this task, implementation concept and priority area, Bakamla RI faces significant challenges in maintaining a constant presence in the sea across these priority areas due to limited assets, suboptimal information exchange, and limited operational budgets. This is further complicated by implementation of Bakamla functions and authority under Law No. 32/2014, which lacks supporting regulation that are currently under review by the President for processing the situation is also exacerbated by the BPK's disclaimer opinion, which result in a low budget, low allowance, and impact motivation and self-confidence. The Maritime Security Framework refers to a comprehensive system of policies, strategies, and actions aimed to ensuring the safety, stability, sustainable use of maritime resources. It is designed to address the various challenges faced by nations in managing their maritime domains, which often include territorial disputes, piracy, illegal fishing, environmental degradation, and threat to critical maritime infrastructure. The governance of maritime affairs as the implementation of the maritime security system in Indonesia seems to be far from optimal. This can be seen from the overlap of enforcement authorities in the waters and national jurisdiction, which has a significant impact on economic actors. Often these economic actors are inspected by different authorities for the same legal object, resulting in increased logistic costs. On the other hand, this gap can also be exploited by economic actors to avoid compliance with regulation in order to reduce bureaucratic costs. Looking at the role of ministries and agencies in visual representation of their roles in the waters and national jurisdiction, it is evident that in almost all regimes, there are multiple law enforcement agencies involved. As an archipelagic state where the sea dominates its territory, Indonesia's national interests are inseparable from the presence of the sea itself. The crucial role of the sea as a unifier, connector, natural resource, defense and security platform, and the means of building influence makes Indonesia's national interests at sea focused on ensuring security and safety, the sustainable utilization of marine resources, and fostering cooperation. This national interest must be guaranteed by the national power possessed across the dimensions of diplomacy, information, military, and economy. Each dimension has elements of interest with varying intensities, ranging from the highest level to survival to the lowest, which is important. The elements of national interest in diplomatic dimension include cooperation and the handling of border disputes. In the information dimension, the elements involved of the development of an information system, information exchange, and technological capabilities. In the military dimension, the element focus on preventing maritime threats, securing sea lanes, and protecting natural resources through the development of military strength. In the economic dimension, the elements are concentrated on the development of coastal areas, ports, and logistic systems to support economic growth. The intelligent approach is a method used to build maritime domain awareness, which refers to the effective understanding of everything related to maritime spaces that affect security, safety, the economy, and the environment. Maritime space encompasses all areas connected to the sea, ocean, shipping lanes, including associated activities, infrastructure, people, ships, and transport equipment. By establishing MDA effectively, the planning and implementation of maritime security governance will become more efficient and effective. Maritime security is a key element in maintaining sovereignty, safety, and the sustainability of economy in a country's maritime territory. As an archipelagic nation with a strategic position, Indonesia bears a significant responsibility in managing the security of its maritime domain. Therefore, the establishment of a maritime security framework has become an urgent necessity to address various challenges and threats at sea. The concept of a blue economy, which emphasizes the sustainable use of marine resources, requires a strong security foundation. Security in the context of the blue economy encompasses various aspects, ranging from maritime security, marine food security, to marine environmental security. A comprehensive security approach is the key to the successful implementation of the blue economy concept. With security guarantees, the potential of marine resources can be optimally utilized to improve people welfare and preserve environmental sustainability. By using a policy approach, it has been found that collaborative strategy is the best strategy the government can implement at this time to improve the effectiveness of national maritime governance, especially regarding the issue of maritime security regulations that remain partial. Based on the SWOT analysis conducted, several strategic recommendations have been identified for improving maritime governance based on sustainable economics, particularly regarding maritime security threats. There are recommendations include, first is optimization of laws or regulation, enhancing the laws and regulations that govern governance and the implementation of technology utilization or integration of information system. Second, building an integrated national information system, establishing the comprehensive national information system and implementing information exchange to develop a big data warehouse. The third, development of maritime security strength structure, building a technological advanced maritime security force structure that support present in the context of law enforcement. From the history of Djuanda Declaration, there is a lesson can be learned, which are the importance of unity as national unity is the key to the success of Indonesia diplomatic struggle. Other than that, also consistent and persistent diplomacy can change the international order. This can be shown as diplomacy strength. Archipelagic insight is a long-term vision that requires continuous effort of Indonesia in safeguarding the security and safety of Indonesia's territorial waters for the prosperity of the nation. The Djuanda Declaration is a significant milestone in the history of Indonesia maritime law. This declaration has become the foundation for Indonesia maritime policy to this day. Indonesia diplomatic struggle should serve as an inspiration for future generations. Indonesia as an archipelagic state has opportunities and threats. Opportunity must be exploited and empowered, while threats must be faced and minimized. Everything is done using existing resources, so a strategic approach is needed. Strategic approaches to establish maritime security are by utilizing technology and collaboration. Related to the use of technology, Bakam Lahiri encourages the development and utilization of detection technology and patrol boat technology to support of the implementation of prison duties at sea. Related to collaboration, Bakam Lahiri encourages information exchange and builds capacity to create maritime situational awareness and deterrence against maritime threats. Maritime security is an inevitability due to its role in supporting national interests at sea to achieve Indonesian national goals. Maritime security requires a 24/7 surveillance pattern, and given the limited assets and vast coverage area, smart technology is needed for accuracy in joint operations. Technology plays a crucial role in the implementation of Maritime Security Strategy 4.0 to address maritime threats amid the fourth industrial revolution. The output of the strategy is the establishment of network-centric operation to address the dynamic of regional and global strategic environment. Thus, we conclude this presentation to uphold the spirit of the Djuanda Declaration. Moving forward, Bakamla RI as Indonesia Coast Guard will sign a memorandum of understanding with Djuanda University as a form of its commitment to supporting the three dharma of higher education and carrying out its duties to functions as the agency responsible for safeguarding maritime security. Thank you, and may these conferences inspire impactful contribution to our collective future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan Shah, for very valuable sharing. Signing MOU between Universitas Djuanda and Indonesian Coast Guard and the handover of certificate. We would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Djuanda and the Chancellor of Universitas Djuanda. The certificate and over. Okay, we'd like to invite for all our speakers to having a picture. Prof. Mary, Prof. Asep, Prof. Abdul Karim, and for all speakers, We would like to invite on the stage Terima kasih kepada Bapak Kepala Bakamla telah hadir pada hari ini. Terima kasih. For all the speaker, you may be seated because we are going to continue our agenda. Would you please come to our stage? We are going to, our agenda is international conference. The next agenda is to hear the keynote address, which be delivered by Professor Dr. Eng Asep Bayu Dani Nandianto. But before we come to our keynote address, I would like to remind and announce to our keynote speakers would be given 15 minutes to present, and the last 5 minutes will be reminded by a bell from the committee. Question and answer after all the speakers have presented. Okay, thank you very much. Our first keynote address is Professor Asep Bayu Dani Nandianto. ST in Department Teknik Kimia Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, Bachelor Thesis in the title Pembuatan Kalsium Karbonat Precipitat Ringan. And then M. English in Department of Chemical Engineering, Hiroshima University, Japan. And then Dr. Eng in Department of Chemical Engineering, Graduate School of Engineering, Hiroshima University, Japan. One of the experts in the particle technology from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and included in the list of the 2% most influential scientists in the world according to the Elsevier database 2023. Please welcome Prof. Asep Bayu Dani Nandianto.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, morning, yeah. Okay, would you mind to the... Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I would like to present my research. Yeah, I think we can do this in Indonesia. So I hope that some of the research is, you can follow the research. It is very, to make easy in make research. Yeah? How to do research in particle technology, this is my expertise. And then for enhancing natural resources value, and then also developing education. So I think everybody has already. Now I'm in Sinta is, yeah, I think in the top one. And then also I'm editor-in-chief in some journals. One of the best journals in Indonesia is IJOS, Indonesian Journal of Science and Technology, and also ASEAN Journal of Science and Engineering. Okay, this is also my current laboratory research. Okay, we go to because we have no time, only 15 minutes, right? So I would like to make it shorter, so and then make it concise. So why the nanochemistry and microparticle is important? So it is because you know that we use the particle technology every time in our life. So we use this particle technology in many fields. So what the main idea is, so for example, many year by year production increases, and then the years more come, the more Indonesian become importer of particle technology. It's a very, very big problem for our country. That's why need innovation to improve our own natural resources, and then to produce nanotechnology related product, so we can make a less import and then also resource independent. So what we can do is developing nanochemistry and microparticle technology to increase added value of Indonesian natural resources and education. I think in here, for example, for the content, I would like to explain about the strategies for designing particle morphology, designing homemade apparatus, converting waste into valuable product, and etc. Let we discuss one by one. Okay, this is my research experience. I think, no need, I think this one. So the first is about the strategy for designing particle morphology. So this is very important. I hope that most of audience here are students, right? Yeah. So I hope that you understand a little bit about particle technology, how to design particle technology. Yeah? Here, the first is that there are 3 strategies for making particles. Okay? The first strategy is we control the growth. So it's mean that, just a moment, it's mean that we control from the molecular structure A plus B and then combine become particle. That is the simplest way. Okay? This is the first strategy. And then we control with the temperature, we control with the concentration, with the process condition. We can control particle from, for example, from the spherical, cubical, and etc. We can control. That is the first strategy. And then the second strategy is we add some additive. Okay, additive, yeah? Additive, it means, for example, material A and material B mix and reaction. We can control like this one. If you want to make a mesoporous, if you want the hollow, if you want to, some particle do you want to make. Yeah, this is the theoretical condition. And then the third concept is, if you, after you make the particle, yeah, you finish in making particle. But the problem is, for what? How to reconstruct the particle? For example, do you want to make this plastic? Yeah, the plastic is from monomer, right? Monomer, and then you make a reaction, you control the particle, and then you just mix. It is. You can see in here is silica nanoparticle, for example, a single nanoparticle, and then more function. We have to make a structurized become some of the structure. That is the simple strategy. There are 3 strategies for making particle become more beneficial. Okay? And then after this one, we know now the story how to make particles. We know now. But the issue is how the equipment production, and then how this how to analyze the equipment, how to change the raw material and solving problem current waste issue and etc. So, for example, I think this one is no need, yeah. So, for example, this is the strategy. We apply the strategy. We did a 3 type of strategy, right? And then we want to apply to Indonesia, that strategy. So, when we apply to the Indonesia, for example, this one. For example, you have agriculture waste, yeah? And then you burn and milling. Same that strategy, the first strategy. And then you burn, and then you get this material, and then you put you take the silica, and then you design the particle, and then you can get silica particles. That is the easiest way. Okay? Okay, I think this is also other possibility. First, you have to make the particles, right? You make agricultural waste, you milling, become powder, and after you get powder, you put some binder, pack and heat, you will get, for example, brake pad. If you want to know the brake pad, you use motorcycle, or you use bicycle, or you use the car. Always use brake pad. This is the strategy for making brake pad. So you put something, waste, or something agricultural waste, just milling into powder. After powder, you put some binder and pack, heat. It's very easy. Yeah, yeah. We tried. I'm sorry, this is not working now. Not working. Next, please. I think it is not working. Yeah, it is. Please next. The computer. Okay, next. Unfortunately, Prof. Abdul Karim, it's not working. Yeah, okay, next. Okay, you have agricultural waste. You put in a binder. Before, you just heat, right? Now, you pack, heat, and carbonize. Okay? After you carbonize, you can get briquette. That is the way how to make briquette. Just putting binder, pack, and then heat and carbonize. The meaning of carbonize, you just heat until black, like that one. Okay, next please. And then the third one is, for example, you have agricultural waste, you make powder, and then you put a binder, and then you make a cementization, you can like cement, cementization, and then you can get concrete. That is the way how to make a concrete. Yeah. Okay, next. And then also, yeah, next please. It's okay now? Okay. Okay. Okay, for example, okay, the next is, for example, you have a carbohydrate, yeah? Any carbohydrate, like waste also, right? Biomass waste. And then you put some polymer, you mix, you heat and pack, you can get bioplastic. It's very easy. It is the way how you make a bioplastic. Bioplastic, yeah? And then this bioplastic you can eat. So it is very easy to make bioplastic. So after you get a plastic, you can eat. So there's no more plastic, yeah? And then also, even if you want to make, this one. You want to make a food. I think, for example, this one is many crackers. How to make cracker? Same, the process. You just make a powder, okay? After powder, put some protein, and then some protein or some carbohydrate, and then you pack. And then the important, the interesting point is, if you control with the protein in your food, you can control the crack. You can make a cracker, like a cracker, or for example in Indonesia, I think you know ketapang. For example, ketapang. Ketapang is very easy, not very thick, right? And then it's very difficult to eat. But if you control with the protein content, you can control the crack itself. It is the way how particle technology works. But some of Indonesian people doesn't notice about the concept of particle technology. Yeah, okay? And then also here, for example, we did this one, I think, several years ago. We got a project for this one, for the water hyacinth. Water hyacinth is a big problem in Indonesia. So everybody thinks water hyacinth is waste, and then also like a predator for other animals or other ecosystem. So we can, with the nanotechnology, we can use water hyacinth as several types. Same. The first, for example, if you want to use water hyacinth as the brake pad, or you can use a bioplastic, also possible. You can get also for phytoremediation, and then wastewater treatment, animal food, fertilizer, etc. by using a particle technology. Just the concept is making the particle, and then you redesign. You remake the that particles to some important. Okay, this one is other application, I think. We did also some this one, and then also the main important is about the particle technology for education. So we usually in some people they only said about the theoretical, but the main important is not on the theory and not about the experiment, but it's about how to transfer to a student for education. Okay, I think thank you very much for the time and for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you for the very knowledgeable sharing. Okay. You may have a seat. Thank you. Let's come to our next speaker. It's an honor to introduce Dr. Abdul Karim S. Hamadi Al-Obaidi, PhD, a chartered engineer and associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Taylor's University, with over 16 years of academic experience and 15 years of dedicated research and development in the industry. Dr. Al-Obaidi is a distinguished expert in his field. His impressive research spans diverse fields, including aerodynamics, thermofluid engineering, heat transfer, sustainable technology, and engineering education. Dr. Al-Obaidi's work has been widely published in esteemed journals such as the Journal of Cleaner Production and Sustainable Energy Technologies and Assessment, showcasing his commitment to addressing complex engineering challenges and promoting sustainability. Dr. Al-Obaidi's pioneering contribution continued to shape the engineering landscape, making him a true leader in both academia and industry. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Abdul Karim S. Mahdi.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Okay, first of all, I'm happy to be here. This is not the first time in Djuanda. This is the second time, but for this conference, I'm here for the first time. I'm very honored to be a keynote speaker for your conference. So today, I'm actually selecting a topic which well aligned with the theme of this conference, where I actually talk about the transforming engineering education and how the CDIO framework can be used for sustainability and climate solution. Right. So here is my outline. So first I will give you a quick definition of the climate change and overview. I'm sure that many of you have no idea about the CDIO. So I'll give a quick overview, okay, and then I will talk about the relation between sustainability and climate change, and how we can use CDIO to contribute to the sustainability and climate change. And then I will talk about how to prepare engineers, okay, to address the challenges of the climate change. Then I will share with you, if the time permits, okay, with some case studies at Taylor University, where we actually change our curriculum, okay, to achieve the sustainability, to address actually the sustainability under the framework which I mentioned, the CDIO educational framework. And then we'll talk about the importance of networking, all right, and collaboration in CDIO, and some future directions, okay, for CDI in engineering. All right, so let's start first with, unfortunately, alerting and sad facts. Do you know that actually we are in the on the path to double the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit here? Unfortunately, despite all the effort done by scientists, by academicians, unfortunately this year, 2024, is the hottest year recorded or ever recorded. All right. Do you know that actually by increasing, if we exceed 2 degrees Celsius, only 2 degrees Celsius, okay, 99% of coral reefs will be lost. Next sad fact, that we human actually significantly, okay, do some actions, and this action unfortunately make the loss of biodiversity. Three quarters of the land-based environment, okay, and about 60% of the marine environment loss. Can you imagine this? And therefore here you see also the climate change actually force people to move from their home just for looking for better life. Because of scarcity of water, they cannot find water, the flood and others. So here we actually are living in an uncontrollable tide of people moving due to the impacts of climate change. So here I want to say that this is unfortunately will become soon irreversible damage if we don't do, okay, immediate and deep reduction, okay, of for example, greenhouse gases, right, across all the sectors, okay, whether it's industrial or personal use. The world's climate goals will soon slip out of reach, and unfortunately we will have no control on that. This introduction I give to address the importance and the negative impact of climate change. Right? So here, what is the climate change? What's climate change? Simply, it is the alteration, okay, in temperature, precipitations, wind patterns, and other factors which affect the ecosystem. Right? So here of course, who is the main contributor to this? Of course, we are the human, are the main contributor to this. Okay, and this, when we do, for example, we use the fossil fuels, burn it. Okay, when we cut the trees in the forest. Okay, and also the industrial processes, all this cause what? That the green gases, okay, will trap in the atmosphere, and this will cause increase in the temperature. And this is what we call it global warming. This is what we call global warming. So I have that you have some introduction to this. All right. So what are the impacts? Of course, the impacts are many. We can consider environmental, ecological, human and societal, economic, and other impacts, which I don't want to go deep with this due to the time. Right. Now, coming to the CDIO. What is the CDIO? Okay, CDIO actually is an innovative educational framework for producing the next generation of engineers. Means engineers who are ready for industry. Okay, so this framework actually depends on the 3 or 4 phases: conceive, design, implement, and operate. Later I show you one example or many examples. We use this in my university, Taylor's University. Okay, so it heavily depends on, okay, if we want to achieve this innovative, okay, actually we have active learning, okay, collaboration, real-world problem solving, and integrating technical knowledge with the societal impacts, right? So now actually CDIO, which as I mentioned, I didn't mention, initiated by MIT in US, okay, is not only for mechanical engineering or electrical engineering, also it's currently is used for non-engineering programs. This CDIO initiative is actually expanding. So far, there are 200 collaborating educational institutions. Just in Asia, there are 60 collaborating educational institutions, like, for example, India, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, Taiwan, and other countries. In Malaysia, there are only 4 institutions. And by the way, Taylor University was the first member in CDIO, which we gained perpetual member in 2009. In Indonesia, unfortunately, there is only one university, which is Polytechnic Negeri Batam. This is the only, so far, institution in Indonesia which is a CDIO number. I hope that in the future more universities can join this international and prestigious initiative. Okay, so there are 12 standards, okay, in CDIO. For example, standard 1 is about program philosophy. Number 2 is about curriculum development. Number 3 about design, build experiences and workspaces. Standard 7 and 8 about new method of teaching and learning, which I will give example. Faculty development, whereby you need to actually change or have some CDIO spaces for projects, and assessment and evaluation. Actually here, CDIO, when we applied at Taylor University, the powerful impact of this initiative that the students from the first year and first semester, they will be engaged in projects. Can you imagine this? They don't have any background, okay, about engineering, about advanced mathematics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, but we immediately engage them in project. And you can imagine that they already have some practical challenges, and then when they study, when they take the technical modules, they will understand why they study. Okay, so here are the connection. Why I show this? Because I want to show the connection between CDIO and sustainability and the climate change. For example, standard 1, embedding sustainability, all right, in the product, process, and system life cycle development. So example, I give here, for example, you can design a renewable energy system, okay? And for example, standard 2, defining the outcome of environment, responsibility, and sustainable practices, okay? And these are other standards and how they are related to the sustainability and climate change. And some example, maybe someone can consider to give project to students. Okay, so here, I'm sorry. What are the engineering skills? Okay, the CDIO actually try to embed in the engineering. Okay, so first of all, system thinking and life cycle assessment. So how we do this? We actually have hands-on learning, okay, by tackling word project. As I mentioned, every semester they will have some project, and this must address a real problem project to solve. Also, it encourages innovation by creating new novel technologies, okay, by active learning. By the way, CDIO mainly, okay, focus on what is called project-based learning. Project-based learning means learn by having a project. Okay, collaboration, definitely, this is one of the most important skills the students need or the engineers need, which is working across this collaboration and also working across discipline. I'll show you one project, and adaptability, which is addressing dynamic climate challenges. Right. So here are some examples. Okay, for example, you can work on renewable energy, where we have wind turbines for rural areas. Also, Prof. Asif mentioned about nano technology. We also can, I think this is also part of Prof. Asif's work, waste to energy, which is biodigester, converting waste to biogas. Okay, and also we are thinking about water management, where we have smart irrigation system. I also have paper published in ISI journal regarding this, and also resilient infrastructure, where we can actually provide some residence for, or some modular house for extreme weather, okay, where it's very hot or very humid. All right, so, thank you. Okay, I have special approval from Prof. Martin. Okay, so now I give you here some case study at Taylor's University, what we did, okay, and how we actually use CDIO. Okay, how we use CDIO framework, okay, educational. So as you can see here, we started to change our curriculum, right? So you can see here, this is an approach we use at Taylor's, which we call it a holistic approach to develop engineering program outcomes, a case study of Taylor's University. So as you can see here, this is actually, by the way, program outcome. This is a program outcome. So you see, we change our program outcome to address, and we change this to, for example, conceive, design, implement, and operate solution for complex engineering challenges that specify the requirement with appropriate consideration for public health and safety, culture, societal, okay, environmental. So we already address this in our program outcome. And then we do the mapping, okay, where we map the program outcomes to CDIO syllabus. Another example here, final year project. Okay, so final year project, every engineer must go for final year project for 2 semesters. So you can see here in this in this module learning outcome 5, we focus on the sustainability. Conduct appropriate research for sustainable engineering solution. So we here, 4 students, okay, this is a must, they actually address engineering solution, sustainable engineering. And MLO6 applies societal, economical, and environmental context for design solutions. So this is another initiative we did for the final project. Also, this is the new subject we will propose next semester. And this module name is Sustainable Thermofluid Engineering System. So you can see here we focus on renewable energy because we know now that if we want to reduce the climate, reduce the global warming, okay, we need to rely on renewable energies, okay? So that module is specifically about this, right? So this is, as you can see, this is our module learning outcomes, where you can see sustainable, renewable energy, sustainable. So all module learning outcome actually addressing sustainability. And this is one of the project. Actually, I told that we give students project from the first year they join the engineering program. And this project, by the way, is done or was done by students who are second semester, first year, second semester. First year, second semester. So they started with conceive. They found that actually people, okay, in the rural area, they need water. And they go to the river and take the water and carry the water for very long distance, okay, until they actually reach their house. And then they need actually to boil the water so that hopefully they can get clean water, drinkable water. So this is the conceive. Okay, now the second stage is design. So the students found that it's possible to design a system. And they started, for example, with simple bicycles, okay? And they say, why we don't add to this bicycle, for example, a pump, which can actually circulate the water. And after this, what they did, actually, they come out with water filtration system. They actually designed this alone, okay? And then after this is design. Then the next stage is what? Implement, okay? So what they did, they connected everything together. For example, the shaft design, then they install the pump, and the last part is what is the operate. And you can see this is their final product. Okay, you can see here, this is the pump. I don't know how to show the pointer. Which one? Oh, so, okay, but it doesn't, okay. Oh, sorry. So you can see here, this is the final product. And they actually also use the lab to check the water, okay, how it's clean. So Prof. Asif knows this, okay. 234 microbes present in the lake water. After they use their system, they managed to reduce to 7 microbes, okay, present in the filter water. And they also show the water before and after. And guess what? We send our students, okay, to Vietnam to present this project, okay? And this is, they participate there, that was in 2013, by the way, okay? And they actually present their project and discuss with other people, okay? So lastly, I have here another example, again for a final year project, where we put the criteria. Among the criteria, this is, by the way, the thesis. Okay, when they submit their thesis, they must actually show the sustainable development in their thesis and also impact on society. Okay, we don't design because we want to design. We need to see how this design impacts the society. It is harmful or impactful positively. Okay, so these are some examples or case studies I wanted to share with you. So before I end, actually, how we do this, how we collaborate, okay? We need actually, because the collaboration, as you know, is very important. So we need actually to tackle climate change, all right? Require global efforts, means different universities to work together, okay, globally. And then we need interdisciplinary experts, okay, from diverse institutions to enhance the innovation. And of course, as you know, industrial partnership is very, very important because it links the university with the industry to see what the industry faces, and also we can benefit from their experience, right? So how we facilitate this? Okay, we need CDIO network, okay, to share best practices. For example, this presentation, I'm sharing the practices with you, okay? So this is kind of what? Kind of networkings, okay? That is very important. So, of course, industry, as I mentioned, academic partnership to ensure that the students actually work on real-world problems, okay, which address the climate change challenges, right? So this is the role of CDI in global collaboration, okay? So what is the mechanism we use here? Joint program, for example, signing MOU, okay? Now Djuanda University signed MOU, okay? This also can help students actually to explore the real problems, especially in maritime, okay? Cross-border projects means actually you need to collaborate with other universities worldwide, and students and faculty exchange is very important, where actually the students can be exchange their experience with other students from other universities, right? So these are some examples I just gave. Real examples of collaboration. For example, Clinton Climate Initiative and Unilever, Siemens and United Nations Development Program. So just to demonstrate some examples. Right. So these are directions for the future. Okay, I'm about to finish. Okay, these are the future directions which I suggest. For example, we can expand focus sustainability. Okay, for example, conceive, we need to identify a project aligned with UN Sustainable Development. Everyone now talk about SDGs, okay, Sustainable Development Goals, which is 17 goals set by United Nations. So this we can also align with CDIO. We give actually priority to eco-friendly, energy-efficient, and low-carbon solutions, because we always aim to reduce CO2, okay? And also use sustainable material and energy-efficient manufacturing process. And lastly, monitor the long-term environmental impact of the solution. We are not designing for today, we are designing for future, correct? Right, so also global relevance and local solution. And of course, most importantly is lifelong learning, right? So I would end my presentation by saying that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, right? We borrow it from our children. Remember this, okay? And for collaboration and teamwork, okay, alone we can do little, so little, but together we can do so much, right? And lastly, I actually quote this: the first rule of sustainability is to align with natural forces, or at least not try to defy them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Karim, for very informative sharing. Now we are going to our next speaker. Professor Dr. Nuarwal Hilal MD Dahlan is a respected law lecturer at the esteemed School of Law, College of Law, Government and International Studies, Colleges, University Utara, Malaysia. He holds multiple degrees from the International Islamic University, Malaysia, including a Bachelor's of Law, a Bachelor of Sharia Law, and a Master of Laws from University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. As a qualified legal practitioner, professional Dr. Nurul Hilal is a member of the Malaysian Bar Council, a registered Pejuang Syar'i in Penang, and associate member of the Malaysian and London Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. His academic journey culminated with a PhD in law from the renowned Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, where he specialized in the legal aspect of abandoned housing projects in peninsular Malaysia. His research expertise extends beyond housing law to encompass land law, planning law, building law, insolvency law, Islamic contract law, and Islamic banking law, particularly concerning housing development transaction. His scholarly contributions have earned him recognition through prestigious awards. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nurul Hilal, MD, Dahlan.
Distinguished Professor Dr. Martin Rostami, how are you? Thanks for inviting me to come here, see again, balik kampung, mudik hulu. To all lecturers, students, the members of distinguished speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good morning. It's good to see you again. I start my speech with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Nurul Hilal. This is my name. So I can control this? Could I control? Okay. So before this, we have several speakers. We talk about, we heard about maritime. In Malaysia, they call it maritime. Jabatan Maritime Malaysia. Maritime talks about sustainability, talks about safety, security, talk about, include also climate change. Second, we have distinguished professor on chemical, talks about chemical process on, I think, environmental. Environment, is it environment? Was it? Environmental issues. And then thirdly, we have speaker speaking on the curriculum, how to ensure that our syllabus can produce workers conscious of climate changes and responsible engineers. But now, I'm talking about law. The purpose of law is to ensure justice. The purpose of law to ensure sustainability, our life sustainability in this world, to ensure safety, security, environmental friendly, and how could we can live in this world, on this earth, for a long time in a safety and security situation. That is the purpose of law. When we talk here, nowadays about issues of sustainability, issues of climate change. This is due to the process of development. And the process of law and the purpose and objective of law is to achieve and to balance, the word balance is important, to balance the need of economic development and the needs of environmental sustainability and human sustainability on this world. So now we are facing a problem of balancing between these interests. Interests of economics development, that we want money, we want to have a good life, and the result from the economic's activities, for example, industrialization, urbanization, which have a side effect. That is maybe environmental pollution, issue of sustainability, maybe flood, maybe soil erosion, and other troubles, and other grievances and losses suffered by mankind. So now we are dealing with how to balance this interest. As far as Malaysia is concerned, we have law. I think our country has managed to a certain extent successfully in terms of balancing these needs between the need of urbanization, economic development, and to ensure that the welfare of the public are taken off as far as possible to the fullest, so that all the segments of the society have been protected, their rights and interests. So the duty and responsibility is to ensure prosperity of the subject, to ensure life and environment sustainability, to ensure sustainable development, to ensure that the issues of climate change can be tackled as best as possible. And this is stated in our federal constitution. Article 8, Clause 1, equality. All persons are equal before the law and entitled to the equal protection of the law. So it means that all persons, all people, all citizens in Malaysia must be protected, their right and interest, including their safety, security, their sustainable life, the welfare of the people. It also includes the economic, the industrial player. The government also has to tackle their issues and needs and necessity. So now we have, United Nations have produced sustainable development. In Islam we have also 5 maqasid Sharia, 5 objectives of Sharia to ensure safety and security of mankind. This is a new version. The SDG are new version, the current version, but actually this understanding, this philosophy have been ingrained for years before we live. How to ensure safety and security, how to ensure that mankind can live sustainably in this world. Because the time given is 15 minutes, I try to explain my ideas within 15 minutes. So that all of you can focus. I will choose the best possible slide relevant to our talk this morning. So what are the problem and issues faced by Malaysia in terms of maintaining and ensuring sustainable development? So this is all development, land development, industrial area, land development, administrative area, land development, economic, industrial investment center in Iskandar, Malaysia, near to Singapore. And now the issues of attracting data centers in Malaysia, like from Google, Amazon, Oracle. Even though it can grow and expand Malaysian economy, but we expecting certain some effect that we have to be prepared to deal with. For example, high energy consumption, environmental concern, etc., as stated in the slide, and how to ensure that renewable energy can be optimized in Malaysia. Renewable energy, we have to use solar or maybe other than fossil-based energy sources in order to reduce the side effect of electricity, water. We have to ensure that our water is sustainable and enough in order to meet the demand of this data center. So this is the side effect of development that Malaysia has to deal with. To ensure that sustainable biodiversity, flora and fauna, abandoned housing project. This is one of the problem in Malaysia that government has to look into. I think the reason is the policy. We don't implement full build and sell. We implement sell and build, meaning that we implement sell and build. It means that before the houses completed, we already sold the housing unit to the public and using public money to finish off, complete the construction of the project. But when abandon happen, the public will suffer. Maybe 5% of the whole industry affected by this abandoned housing project. Why? Because I think, this is my observation, because the government stress too much on investment, particularly the foreign investment, whereby they may demand the government, if the government wishes to implement full build and sell, that will affect their economic ecology. They will not invest in Malaysia. So the government has to succumb to that request, so that the full sell and build still existed, even though many people, a lot of people ask the government to implement full build and sell. It means that the government has to balance between the economic interest and the public welfare. Again, this is about sustainability. Landslide, soil erosion, soil problem, and soil settlement. This happened in 1993, Highland Tower, killing 50 occupants. This is about also sustainability. Soil erosion, soil settlement, again. What happened? One of it, based on my research, is that so far in each and every district in Malaysia, there is no or less big data. Big data and data analytics for each and every district in Malaysia that can provide the planning authority certain ideas and information regarding suitability of certain location for housing development project. So again, this is another challenge that must be met, that must be faced and dealt with by the government. This is soil erosion. The whole building collapsed in Kuantan. I think 4 buildings collapsed in 2021. Collapsed to the ground. This is flood now. It's a flood season in Malaysia. Flood season. In Kedah, for the last 2 weeks, Alustar, Jitra, even Harvey also flooded. So I think this is one of the example of climate change. As well as maybe the technical agency and the planning fail to control development. Contaminated water and rivers. This happened in Sungai Kim Kim, in Johor. Result from the industrial waste produced by factories. So this is about enforcement. Contaminated water and rivers. Contaminated soil because of the factory and industrial waste. So it also involves what? Enforcement of the law, particularly the environmental law by the authorities. So issues and land planning, building and housing laws. What are the issues? From my research, there are 4 authorities responsible for development in Malaysia, housing development particularly. For example, in land authority, under section 108 National Land Code, the land authority is the superior authority. Superior than the planning authority and the technical agency. It means that whatever advice and comment given by the technical agency or planning authority may not be followed by the land authority. Who heads this land authority? The Menteri Besar, the governor of the state. They can get advice from the planning authority or the technical agency, but the advice is not obligatory. Maybe their policies interfered by political consideration. The professional advice may not be followed. So this is one of the reasons. Planning authority. Planning authority in Malaysia, they call Majlis Perbandaran or Jabatan Perancangan Badan dan Desa. Their duty is to issue planning permission. Before building and construction can be carried out in certain land, the planning authority, Majlis Perbandaran, must issue planning permission. Planning permission will not be issued unless certain requirement and condition has been fulfilled. For example, the advice and comment by the technical agencies that certain particular land is suitable or not suitable for development. And for hillside, for hilly area, surely the technical agency, the JKR, Jabatan Kerja Raya, or Jabatan Alam Sekitar, or Jabatan Parit and Saliran, may put stringent requirements before planning authority can be issued by the planning authority, before planning permission can be issued by the planning authority, Majlis Perbandaran. So, among the result of inadequate advice is the collapse of this building. This building collapsed in 1993. The construction has been taken 20 years ago, in 1970. So maybe the issues of maintenance, the condition and requirement imposed are inadequate, or maybe it's inadequate, but the condition and requirement has not been fulfilled and followed by the planning authority. Because this time maybe Malaysia just recently merdeka, independent. In 1970s, our independence is 1957, 10 years after that. So you see, the function of the planning authority and technical agency are very important in ensure sustainable development. The professional agencies must provide the professional advice and comment to the planning authority before the planning authority issue any planning permission, and the land authority give certain land for development. Otherwise, will affect the sustainability of the development. For example, flood, soil erosion, soil settlement, and maybe also involve other issues as a result of climate change. And I think the syllabus of the universities, as propounded by our second lecture just now, second speaker, is very important to teach the future engineers the importance of climate change and how we should deal with the problem of climate change. What are the measures and best practices that they should implement when they work after they graduated from the universities? Building authorities, what are the issues they face? Issues of enforcement, issues of supervision and verification of building works. They left totally to the architect or engineer to supervise the quality of work done by the contractors and the developers. And there's no obligatory obligation on part of the building authorities, i.e. the local authorities, to do the verification of the works. And then they have immunity. The building authority has the immunity. It means that any negligence committed is protected under the Street Drainage and Building Act. I think this law is we inherited from the British colonial time, which intends to protect the government at time. I think this provision should be revised again to give more responsibility to the building authority and not to give them immunity fully, but subject to the professional and quality works. Housing authorities, Kementerian Perumahan and Kerajaan in Malaysia. What are the current issues? Affordable houses for the low-income people. So this is one of the challenges that the current government is facing, and how to provide affordable houses to the public, and it's very important in their political manifesto as well. Abandoned housing project, quality works, enforcement, and also the government must balance between the demand of the investor and the welfare of the public. So we are like floating on a troubled water. How to ensure that we float without drowning and we reach to the next spot. So these are the challenges, the dynamic challenges that the government and the people must face, and do the best as they are possible to ensure sustainability of the development. I think that would cover my talk here, and if any question you can raise to me later based on the slide. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Hilal, for the very valuable sharing. We are going to listen to our next speaker. Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena is a profound academician and distinguished scholar in economics, writer, advisor, and motivational speaker. With over 32 years of teaching and research experience in Asia Pacific, Africa, and European continents. He has been an independent consultant and training expert. Professor Rena is currently working as a professor of economics at the Faculty of Management Sciences, Durban University of Technology, Republic of South Africa. He serves as an adjunct professor at Department of the Entrepreneurship and Business Management, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Cape Town, South Africa. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Shukran. It's indeed a proud privilege for me to be part of this particular international conference organized by Djuanda University, Bogor, Indonesia. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Chancellor of this university, Professor Martin, and the Vice Chancellor or the Rector of the university, Madam, and also the Vice Rector and all the conference organizers who put efforts together to bring all of us from different corners of the world. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of my fellow speakers from Malaysia, from Turkey, from Madagascar and Indonesia and so on. I would like to also thank my brother and a long-term friend and colleague, Professor Tulus Suryanto, who also put efforts to bring me here from all the way from Africa to this particular holy land, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I would like to unpack the global climate and sustainability development challenges. We listened to some of our speakers this morning. I would like to add upon, and I would like to show where we are standing in the world in terms of sustainability and where we are standing in terms of the climate change. We all know that, ladies and gentlemen, our population in the world is 8.1 billion people. And Indonesia is the fourth largest populated country in the world with about 285 million people, whereas India is number one populated country in the world with about 1.43 billion people. China number 2, America number 3, and the list goes on. Now, given these statistics in place, we are talking about the sustainability, climate change, particularly for the past 6 to 7 decades. Why do we need to talk about this sustainability? What is compelling us to speak and act and also plan and implement and operate various things in our daily life? Our colleague from Taylor University, Malaysia, just spoken about the project that his university is working upon. So why do we need to do that actually? Ladies and gentlemen, our previous colleague also mentioned about the kind of land the marine expert and marine officers from Coast Guard also explained to us that we have very limited land in this world. We have 75% or 76% of the land is covered by the water, and remaining 24% is covered by the land. So meaning that, ladies and gentlemen, out of more than 500 million square kilometers land, we only have 149 million square kilometers land. That is the surface of this planet. So out of that 149 million square kilometers land, we got more than 200 countries that are located in different continents of the world, where we have 8.1 billion people together living on this beautiful planet, and together we could able to contribute about $100 trillion income to this world economy. So this is, in a nutshell, to give you a brief note about the globe and the population and the size of the earth. Now, given the fact that what is the necessity of speaking about sustainability? We've been talking about sustainable development goals. There are 17 goals that we embarked by United Nations in not long time ago, 2015. And 2015 to 2030. So now we are just approaching 2025 in about a few weeks' time from now, probably about 2 weeks. So 2025 to 2030, how many years we left? About 5, 6 years, or less than that. What did we achieve out of these 17 million sustainable development goals? I'm not going to go to the details of those goals. We had, before this sustainable development goals, ladies and gentlemen, we also got millennium development goals. They are 8. From 2000 to 2015, United Nations would like to achieve these 8 fundamental goals that are imperative and important for our lives in this globe, but absolutely, miserably, we failed to achieve. Major portion of the world, except very few countries in the world, they could able to achieve these millennium development goals. For example, poverty, hunger, zero hunger, poverty is fundamental problems of this world today. The poverty we wanted to achieve in about 15 years' time. We would like to eliminate the poverty from this earth. There are no poor people, there are no people living with hunger. And United Nations, as an economics professor with about 3 decades of experience, I would like to, I think some of the economics professors in this August gathering would also agree with me that it is not for 15 years, it is for 150 years down the line we require to eliminate the existing poverty from this world. So we forgot to put 10 after 15, and that's what the problem remains. And we need more than $100 billion to eliminate this poverty in this world. So ladies and gentlemen, $100 billion can be easily contributed by richest people like Elon Musk, who is born and brought up in South Africa, where I come from. And he got more than $350 billion individual income. Jeff Bezos, probably about $250, $260 billion, and the list goes on. We also got Mukesh Ambani from India, more than $100 billion income he has. So all these top rich people, top 10 rich people, they could able to contribute at least $10 billion each, meaning that we are going to eliminate this poverty from this world. But is it possible? Is it not possible? The question remains, and I throw that question to the world richest people on this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also unpack. We've been talking about this climate change. We have IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, and we have so many other sustainable development centers across the globe, including Indonesia. Why do we need to talk? The population of this world, as I indicated today, ladies and gentlemen, we got 8.1 billion people. What was the population that we had about 220 years ago? We were only 1 billion people. In 1927, we are only 2 billion people. In 1962, we have 3 billion people. In 1974, we have 4 billion people. In 1984-85, we got 5 billion people. And 1999, we are 6 billion people. And then we became 7 billion people. And we only become 8 billion people probably about 2.5 years ago. So the population that we grow from 1927 until 2024 is a rapid growth of our population, whereas we took almost more than 1800 years to become 1 billion people in this world. So 1 billion today, India alone has got 1 billion population. China also got 1 billion population. We, from Indonesia, we're getting close to 300 million population very soon. So this is the statistics I would like to unpack. Now let us understand the fact that what is the carrying capacity of this mother planet? We have our own mothers and fathers, ladies and gentlemen, but we have a common mother called Mother Earth, the planet where we are staying. Whether you are in Indonesia, whether you are in South Africa, whether you are in India, in America, whichever country that you belongs, we all live every single day with our mother, that is Mother Planet, Mother Earth. Now, what are we doing what are we contributing, how we are looking after our own mother? In most of the cases, children of nowadays, and my generation prior to me, we used to love our mothers like a goddess. We used to love our fathers like God. We respect that. We have huge love and care for them. But how many of us, we are the children of this planet, how many of us we could able to love our Mother Earth, which is a common mother to you, common mother to me? That means we are the children of one mother actually. So ladies and gentlemen, we do celebrate World Health Day on 7th of April every year. We celebrate 22nd of April as World Earth Day. That means we need to protect our earth, the soil, erosion, and everything that we need to, climate related, greenhouse gases related, all these things we need to protect. So we are celebrating, we are earmarking 22nd of April every year. For many years we've been celebrating that as World Earth Day. We also celebrate on 5th of June World Environmental Day, because we need to protect our environment. We are the people of this planet. We are the children of this planet. We do not care our mother planet. We only care for ourselves. Even if you go to forests in some countries, including Indonesia, surprisingly, animals should learn from us because we are civilized people. But on the other side, we will see the board, please learn from animals. Don't litter, don't throw the garbage, don't create environmental catastrophe. So you, as a human being, you should learn from the animals how the dogs are behaving, how the cats are behaving, how the tigers are behaving, how the lions are behaving, and so on. Because these animals, we are living together on the same planet. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are unable to protect our mother planet the way we're supposed to be, the way we are responsible to be. So We have Earth Day, we have Environmental Day. We have World Peace Day that we celebrate on 21st of September every year. The peace, security, diplomacy, governance, the love, the care, and everything that encompasses in the Peace Day. So we need to have the peaceful demonstration in every day of our life. That means that we love each other as human beings. So ladies and gentlemen, how much love we are offering to our fellow neighbors, how much love we are offering to our fellow colleagues, how much love we are offering to our fellow human beings and community that we are living with. We need to question ourselves. In Indian language, in India we say namaste. Even in Indonesia, when we greet somebody with respect, we use this folded hand. What is the meaning of this folded hand, ladies and gentlemen? That means this namaste, meaning that a divine in me is saluting the divine in you. If you are the divine, if you are equal to Allah, and there is no need of me disrespecting you as a fellow human being. When you do the same thing to me, we are trying to live in harmony, we are trying to live in peace and prosperity with love and respect for everybody living in this planet. So ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate World Peace Day. We also celebrate our different days across the globe from time to time. But most importantly, we also celebrate our own birthdays. Somebody is having, I think, Dr. Faisal, he was picking up me from the airport yesterday. His birthday is today. So just like that, every human being, at least once in a year, they celebrate their birthdays. But how many of us could able to care for our land? How many of us could able to plant at least 1 tree or 2 trees in a year? We need to question ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I would like to share with you some important statistics here. The whole world population is 8.1 billion people. What is the number of trees that we have in this world? We got probably about 3.6 trillion trees that we have. If we take the average number of trees for every human being living in this planet, according to Yale University, America, they made a study recently, and that study reveals that we have 420 trees for every citizen living in this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, country like Canada, where the population of the country is only 40 million, much lower than the population of Indonesia, much lower than the population of India, and so on. So Canada has got plus minus about 10,000 trees for one person living in Canada, because Canada is the second largest country in the world in terms of area size, which is almost the same size of Europe as a continent. So Canada stands number 1 in terms of number of trees. And second country is none other than Russia, where I was there about 10-12 days ago in Moscow, where I was the visiting professor there at Rudin University in Moscow, Russia. So Russia, being the population is about 146 million people, which is still 100 million or probably half of the population of Indonesia, Russia has got about 5,000 trees per one person living there in Russia, because Russia is the largest country in the whole world with about 17.1 million square kilometers land. Now the list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. The average figure, as I told you, 420. Let me tell you about India, my motherland. India has got the largest population in the world, but the number of trees, only 28 trees per one person living in India, actually. Imagine the fact that we have the average size in the world is 420, but in India we got only 28 trees. What is the world environmental scientists suggest? What is the minimum requirement of the number of trees per one person living in this world? At least, ladies and gentlemen, we need to have 10 trees per one person living on this planet. So, country like Pakistan, only got 7 trees for 1 person living there. So they are below what is required according to the environmental scientists. There are few other countries in the world, they also have less number of trees. For example, ladies and gentlemen, New Delhi is the capital city of India. In New Delhi, for every 3 people living there in New Delhi, about more than 30 million people living in New Delhi, there are only 2 trees per 3 people actually. Meaning that 1 person doesn't have 1 tree in New Delhi, capital of India, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the sad reality we are living with. If we do not plant at least 1 tree or few trees in a year, everybody sitting here in this August gathering, our life will become very much difficult in the near future. As some of our colleagues mentioned that 1.5 degrees temperature in 2024, the temperature levels have been increasing. We never ever experienced it on this world, ladies and gentlemen. Country like Italy, many European countries, country like Canada, the climate change is changing rapidly. So cold countries becoming more warmer countries becoming more colder, and so on and so forth. So ladies and gentlemen, it is the duty of every human being living in this planet. We need to work together hand in hand like one family, one human being, one earth and one sky. So let us try to join our hands to protect our mother planet. If you do not protect our mother planet, even the coral reefs, for every 2 degrees centigrade temperature increase, ladies and gentlemen, 99% of the coral reefs are going to be disappeared from this planet. So what is going to happen to us if the coral reefs and all the marine lives are being disappeared? We are not able to eat the fish that we are craving for. We are not able to eat any other marine products from time to time. And what about our future generations? What is going to happen to them? We need to question ourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I know my time is up. I would like to request every professor, every student, every expert and professional in this August gathering, online and also offline in the rest of the world, that we educated community, if we do not make the difference in our lives by planting trees, who else can do it? So let us unite and let us plant trees as many as possible. Let us protect our environment and let us celebrate the future of this globe with peace, prosperity, and also green and clean environment. With these few words, I would like to thank Professor Martin, the Chancellor of this institution, and also the Vice Chancellor, the DVC, and all other colleagues here, and fellow colleagues, fellow speakers. Thank you. Varanda.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ravinder, for your very valuable sharing. We are going to listen to the next speaker, Professor Dr. Mazrin Rohizat. He is a steering committee from University Djuanda, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, University College Borneo Utara, and College University Antarbangsa, Pulau Pinang. Currently, he holds as a Vice Chancellor in University of Djuanda. Please welcome Professor Dr. Mazrin Rohizat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorary guests yang berbahagia, Chancellor Prof. Martin, honorary guests, all the speakers from all the world, I think. Now we have 8 countries here together in one hall. That Alhamdulillah, we have gone through some of the, the beautiful topics from our guests. So now, I just to look what advancing quality education. This one is a true university-industry collaboration. This one is a reality. Right now, education is a go more than beyond. It's not a traditional academics. It's most of the industrial academics. Most of the students finish the study, the important things they are looking for the jobs. Same like the university, we are trained, we are create the talent to fulfill the industry needs. So that's why the topic is a true advanced quality education through university industry collaboration. So they have 4 topics we will cover. First thing first is introduction, foundational information about the topics. The second, importance of university industry collaborations. The third one, we look the benefit industry university collaborations, and have a third one is work-based learning and the DICSS model. Okay, so for the introduction, we look there are sustainable development goals for SDG 4. So nowadays everybody talk about the SDG. So we just take for the one SDG 4, they call it making sure everyone has access to quality education regardless of their backgrounds while encouraging lifelong learning. This is much important. And as part of the UN 2030 agenda, it focused on closing gaps, education access, and helping people achieve better learning outcomes. And SDG 4 highlight the importance of vocational training, technical education, and adult learning programs to equip individuals with skill needs in dynamic gold economies. And the fourth one is stress, the need for well-trained teachers, improve educational, an innovative approach to learning to ensure students acquire knowledge and skill. So the important thing is we look what important things for the industry and university collaborations. Because nowadays we are looking, most of industry are looking the talents. And all the university are trying to create the talent. Sometimes they mismatch. Because industry are looking for the talent have fulfilled with the skills. But universities, sometimes they are training about the theoretical of the academic. So when the students are finished, so that's why they have a mismatch from that. So that's why the important things of collaboration, enhancing co-curriculum relevance, improving employability, resource sharing, fostering innovation and research, and supporting lifelong learning. That's why this a very important thing is fostering innovation and research. That's why all the researcher, all the professor is here. Most of them are looking for the professional research by the segmentation, by their own expertise. That's why they can go for the climate, they go for the what they call mechanical. That's why the partnership provide access to cutting-edge technology and real-world data, fostering research opportunity that lead to innovative solution for industrial challenge. So the benefit for university, when we are running the university and industry collaborative, that's why the research opportunities. Because sometimes we can create the research is a real research. We take the industry research, not the theoretical of research. That's why when the professor from Taylor said for the climate, 2% they can reduce. When Dr. Afad from the UPI, so they look, this one is a real research that can do innovations and can implement in their industry. That's why they learn in the concept from the research, practical must be fit to industry needs. So the second thing, increase funding and knowledge and exchange. Because knowledge exchange, because industry have a real practical and university have real academic. So we need to balance up the academic and industry together to enhance global standing. The last one is the student outcome. Because partnership allow university to integrate practical experience such as internship and cooperation program into the curriculums, enhance employability and equip students with real world skill. This is much important right now to make sure all the students is capable to meet the industry needs. So now in Malaysia, we are practice, they call it work-based learning frameworks. Because work-based learning concept is integrating academic learning with practical experience in the workplace. It aims to enhance student outcomes by providing real-world context to connect classroom instruction to career developments. So the work-based learning is not like a concept traditional mode, not a teaching for 3 years, 2 years in the university and finish it. But now, before this, they only for the 6 months, for example, for the practical training. But now in the work-based learning in practice in Malaysia, the student can go for industry for the 2nd year. 1 year in university, 1 year in industry, or 1 year in university, 2 years in industry, depends by the modes what we are planning. Because the important thing is a student can go for industry to take and get the real experience. So when they are finished it, so they have a 2 years, 1 year's exact experience, real experience industry. So the partnership industry work-based learning program require collaboration between educational institution and industry to ensure the learning experience align with market needs and provide meaningful exposure to workplace environments, skill development, real-world learning environment, customization and flexibility, and career pathway integration. So the key component of WBL, collaboration between stakeholders. That's why WBL is a stakeholder between the industry and the university, and academic and workplace learning. WBL align classroom instruction with on-the-job experience and mentorship and guidance. The most important things when they are learning the WBL, the mentorship and guidance must be implemented. The coaching from industry needs to be part of the academic, so the student can get the real experience in industry, not like a practical training, not like a on-job, not like practical training, but this one is an on-job training and a reality training. And the last one is a structured learning experience to implement, to make the WBL is very successful. So the framework of education innovation. So we take one concept, they call it the Dyson model. It's not like the Dyson for the air purifier in market right now from Korea. It's a Dyson from the Japan. That's why they are focused, the Dyson model is a focus for the on practical, emphasis real world experience and project based learning. Like a doctor said before, they are doing a project based learning. Maybe the words are different, but the concept is similar. Yeah, and the strong partnership, industrial integration, collaboration with industry, professional, and expert and organizations. And the last one is a direct involvement with industry. Because in academic process, advising and co-curriculum, fostering knowledge exchange and creativity. That's why when we are create, because most of the university, most of the professor, lecturer are trying to looking the best module, best model to make sure the academic is a suit for the industry. That's why they have a lot of model we can run it. But one of the concept, we can look for the Dyson model also. And the benefit of the Dyson model, increase the funding. When we work together with industry, the funding comes from industry to enhance. And student employability, the student gain valuable industry experience, enhancing their employability and competence. And research relevance. That's why the real research industry is much, much important, because they can get the real situation and they try to solve it. And the reputation enhancement. Successful partnership raise the university profile and strengthen its reputation as an innovator. It's not the educator, but innovator together. And Dyson education approach, bridging theory and practice. Hands-on learning, Dyson co-curriculum emphasize practical, experiential learning through project, internship, and collaboration with industry partner. Interdisciplinary, students are encouraged to explore connections across various fields, fostering a holistic understanding of complex issues. And the last one is a real-world relevance. Course content is tailored to address the evolving needs of employers, ensuring students are well prepared for the job market. That's why the most important between the collaboration, university and industry, because we need a real-world relevance. Because the student must be prepared. Because nowadays we know how many students are graduate yearly, how many students have finished study, but how many students cannot get the jobs because they're not fit for industry. So that's why when we are running the industry, university in industry or industry in university, this one can make the students valuable. They can get the experience, the real experience in industry needs. So the mechanism of collaboration, relationships, opportunities, knowledge, and joint research So empowering students for long-term success. We develop transferable skill. DICSS curriculum focus on building critical thinking, communication, and problem-solving abilities. This is much important because the student is not what they call graduate only for the academic. They must prepare themselves to the critical thinking, the soft skill, the communications, and the problem-solving abilities. Because if you have this, what they call package, when you are finished, you are very valuable in the market. If not, you just be a graduate without a job. So the second one, gain practical experience. Internship and experiential learning opportunities provide valuable hands-on experience and entrepreneurial mindset. Students learn to identify opportunities, creativity, adaptability, resilience, perseverance, self-motivations, positive attitude toward risk, viewing failure as a learning process. Because dalam belajar ni, kadang-kadang salah itu pasti. Tetapi sebagai pelajar, kalau salah itu boleh dibaiki untuk menjadi lebih baik. Tapi kalau dalam kerja itu diminimum. Kalau kita sekering salah, nanti majikannya bilang, oh ini tak cocok ya. Ya, fired. Ya, so that's why the student must be fulfilled, ready untuk be a graduate with the fulfilled package. Full package. Mana you ada critical thinking, you have a perseverance, creativity, then you can be a success everywhere you go. Dan fostering entrepreneurship mindset, entrepreneur skill, DICSS model focus on developing key skills such as 4C, critical thinking, communication, creativity, and collaboration. In disciplinary collaboration, students from different academic backgrounds work together on innovative project leveraging diverse perspective and expertise, and startup incubator and design thinking. That's why, and the professor said, we are doing the research together. That's why in this interdisciplinary collaboration is much important. Tidak kisah mana-mana fakulti, mana-mana bidang, tetapi perlu dalam kerjasama. That's why if we are create the program, the one what they call problems to be solved together, so we can create the different mind from different faculty, different perspective. And at the last, overcoming challenges and driving sustainable partnership. Yaitu we have a strong communication. Effective communication is essential for understanding each other needs and expectation. And second, regular meetings. Regular meetings help track progress, address challenges, and maintain momentum. The third one, open innovation. Encourage open innovation where ideas are shared freely and collaboratively. And the fourth one, sustainable funding. Develop sustainable funding models to ensure the longevity of partnership. The last slide, new materials are going to make really radical change in almost anything we do. So for all the students, that's why for the Djuanda University, moga-moga terus sukses selalu. Ya. Kerana dalam DIC untuk di Djuanda International Conference, because alhamdulillah tahniah kepada Pak Rektor, Pak Councillor, Pak Chancellor, kerana we can what they call sharing with all the expertise here to make the Djuanda University to be the best among the rest in the Indonesia, insyaAllah. So mudah-mudahan the collaborative yang dilihat tadi antara di Djuanda bersama dengan Maritime Indonesia bisa satu lonjakan akademik yang agak besar dari segi untuk industri, dan ini perlu dikembangkan dalam bidang-bidang yang lain untuk menjadikan kebolehpasaran pelajar-pelajar di Djuanda menjadi antara kebolehpasaran pelajar-pelajar yang terbaik di Indonesia. Sekali lagi tahniah juga Pak Martin dan juga Sekretariat for the DIC. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mazrin. That's a very valuable sharing. We are going to go to the next speakers. Associate Professor Mary Ann Hay. Her postgraduate diploma in education from National University of Singapore. her Master of Education from National University of Singapore and Doctor of Education from Teachers College, Columbia University, USA. Her awards: Excellent in Teaching, Commendation National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Research Brief of the Year, Research and Evaluation Division, National Association for Gifted Children, USA, International Student Scholarship, Teachers College, Columbia University, Milestone Award for Academic Excellence in Doctoral Program, Department of Curriculum and Teaching, Teachers College, Columbia University. Would like to welcome Associate Professor Mary Ann Hang.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm very happy and honored to be here. It's my second time in Bogor. I came in 2019, just before the COVID. So Prof. Martin, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Rector, thank you for the invitation. Prof. Mita and DIC Organizing Committee, thank you. And to fellow speakers, our live audience, and those online. So my talk today is educating for a larger purpose. And it fits right well with the theme of the conference on sustainability. Earlier speakers have focused on climate issues, the complex issues facing the world. And nothing is more important than education, because education is one of the Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education. In Indonesia, education, I believe, has the highest budget, right? So my talk today focuses on education in the everyday classroom, focusing on K to 12 classes, kindergarten to high school, but with implications for undergraduates and lifelong learning, right? So I hope I can control my slides here. Right, so Ki Haja Dewantara, okay, our luminary father of education, Indonesia. And many people, I mean, he's a long, long history, but I think fewer people know him as a journalist and a freedom fighter. And he once wrote about the Dutch colonial education and criticized it and was exiled. And during his exile, he then reflected on the transformative power of education, that education is not for suppression, but for liberation and cultural dignity. And one of his very enduring philosophies, and that's the part in bold, is that as educators, we need to help our students find knowledge. In other words, be independent for himself and use it for public purposes, right? And so my talk today focuses on the human qualities and human experiences of education for a larger purpose. And this is another famous saying of his: as an educator, we need to lead and walk in front, lead by example, right? We also need to walk side by side with ideas, with inspiration. But at the same time, to create independent learners, we need to walk behind to create empowered, empathetic leaders. And I put the one in circle because direction is important, and that's what we mean by larger purpose. Not just purpose for myself to get a good job, that's important, to contribute to the economy, that's important, but larger purpose is for a public good, to care about our country, the world, and our interconnectedness, right? And this is a very famous saying for leaders. So the talk speaks to educators leading for a larger purpose. Thank you. And as you can see here, it's in the Indonesian Ministry of Education logo. So my taking a leaf from Dewantara is to be the change you want to see in the world. And I ask everyone here, educators, fellow professionals, to think carefully and to reflect. Does your school or organization contribute to a better country and a better world? Is the world better off because we are in it? because the work that we do on a daily basis, whether it's engineering, education, teaching in a kindergarten classroom, as a policymaker, is the world better off because we are in it, all right? So to reflect on that as a human experience and a human reflection. Okay, just a minute. I think it's a little bit stuck, so I need help to move this to the next slide. Sorry, okay. And in fact, just before I want to say this, in Singapore too, we're also talking about a larger purpose, right? Our Singapore new Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. In Indonesia, the education minister has called for students to be more creative. So certainly creating skilled workers are important for the economy, but as important is matters of character, matters of head, skilled workers, the hands, critical thinking, but also empathetic leaders, matters of the heart, okay, and a sense of larger purpose to contribute to humanity, okay. So next slide, please. And the next, and this is particularly important because much of what we do in our schools today, and our children today in schools are our leaders for tomorrow, and they spend most of their time in our schools, right? So lots of what we teach, the content actually becomes obsolete very quickly because by the time our children leave school, the kinds of jobs they do will be very, very different. Okay, so we need to ask, what are our schools for? We teach children what to think, the content. We teach them how to think, the problem-solving skills, and so on, the wonderful curriculum. But what is it about being a human being who really cares? Prof. Ravinder, you talk about planting trees. Do our children really care about that? So that's the part in red. To talk about matters of the heart, okay? How to decide what is our value? What is the value of planting trees? Do they really internalize that, okay? And why? So this is a graph, okay, that I propose as our life curve, all right? The journey of life, all right? And I like to ask, where are you on this curve? Are you at 1, 2, 3, or 4, okay? And there's no right or wrong answers because we're all at different places in our life journey. It's not a comparison, but just to take a moment to reflect. So you remembered positions, right? 1, 2, 3, or 4. And just to pick one, because I'm going to change the slide and then need a little bit of help. Sorry. Oops, sorry. It kind of rolled a little bit. I need to go back. I need help to go back. Somehow, sorry. Can we get... Oops, this is... Wait, I'm controlling it here now, okay? Sorry, so bear with me. Okay, so I need to move to this. So just pause for a moment. So you know the position, you pick one number. May I invite you to take out your handphone and to scan the QR code, okay? So a little bit of interaction, and it will be very quick, all right? So you pick just one option on the life curve. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Another way to get in is to type menti.com on Google and then you use the code up there. So 2 ways to get in, you choose one. Can the QR code go in? Have you got the QR code? Okay, you pick one. So I need our colleagues' help on the table to click the link so that we can see the results on the survey. Just give a few seconds more for people to go into the QR code. Okay. So this is where we have, so we have many, all right, in 1, option 2, and option 3, that's the valley part of the curve. And then option 4, that's ascending, all right? So thank you for that. Can we move out of Mentimeter and then go back to the slide? Okay, go back to my slide. Okay, can you come out of this and then go back to my slide? Escape, and then I think the slide is probably already open. Sorry, okay, close this. Is it, okay. You go to PowerPoint. If you go back to PowerPoint, you should see it there. Maybe you close this. Yeah, you press escape. Shall I come down to do the quick help? Oh, okay, you got it. Okay, thank you. So just go back to the slide after this. Okay, the slide after this. Yes, okay, so just stop there. So this is where you are, right? And we've just seen the survey results. And indeed, UNESCO has called for all of us and the work we do as nations to reinvent and reimagine education, to create shared, interdependent, sustainable and peaceful futures for each other. And all our earlier speakers have spoken about that. Okay? So in the process of those who are working in schools, right, regular schools as well as universities and beyond, do we believe schooling should have a higher purpose? And for that matter, in professional organizations, do we believe our organizations should have a higher purpose? Okay, so somehow this thing is very sensitive. Okay, so I have a slide here. It's taken from a piece of work I've done, and it mirrors what I'm trying to say. So in the first part, the earlier part of the curve, on the left, oops, this is, all right, sorry. On the left side, it's the problem solving, which is very important because children need to be focused on critical thinking to solve the problems in the world, industry partnerships, and so on and so forth, all right? But because of the critical issues of the world, that is not enough. It's important, certainly, to have a good economy for everyone to get good jobs, but that is not enough. So therefore, I propose the little zip that it starts from the human person, to go deep into the person. And I used the metaphor, school as a mirror. So as a mirror to ask myself as an educator or professional or school leader or student, where am I at? What are my strengths, my weaknesses, my blind spots? Okay? I may say I value problem solving, but the moment my students say something, I say, no, that's the wrong answer. I don't value open-ended, different responses. And then the second metaphor, right at the top right-hand corner, school as a window. So not just about me, myself, and my country, that's of course important, but what's happening to the world, looking outside. There are wars, there are conflicts, there's flooding. So we're talking about teaching with and for a larger purpose, all right? So I'm talking about two mountains here of life. This is a slide from what a student shared from a research done several years ago. I published this in the Cambridge Journal of Education. Was a Pakistani student studying in Singapore school. And this is what she had to say. Her role model is Malala. She said, Malala is the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, didn't have much, but she still spoke up for her rights. That's part of the reason why I want to do the law. I can help women in Pakistan. My early years in Pakistan made me see the other side of the world. So she wants to do law, not so much to earn money and so on. I mean, but that's fine, you know. Law is a well-paying job, very noble job, but she's talking about larger purpose to help women in Pakistan, okay? So we're talking about, and I'm calling for transformative shifts in education, in line with a theme on sustainability, the larger complex issues in the world. On the left column, focus on efficiency and effectiveness. Of course, these things are important, but I'm also suggesting that we need to move to a larger purpose, to connect these social issues with the things that we do in the everyday classroom, whether it's the K-12 classroom, or it's in the university classroom, or beyond. And then on the left, performance outcomes and preparation for the economy. These are important and continue to be important, but they are not enough. We need to talk about the flourishing of the self, all right? So not just myself doing well, but also we need to do well together, right? Because the COVID has shown us that if countries keep vaccines to themselves, we will all suffer. So we need to do well together, and that's the message, right? On the left side, instrumental questions. What is efficient and effective in good education? How to measure this? Many schools have tests and exams. I know in Indonesia, you've done away with your 6th grade national exam. But at the same time, assessments continue to be important, measurement continues to be important. But also, some of the biggest issues in life cannot be measured, right? These are long-term issues, matters of the heart cannot be measured, but we need to ask important questions, and that's on the right side, the bottom right corner. What for? Why? And for whom? What are the larger purposes of education? My school leader asked me to do something, but am I able to ask the larger question that connects with the learner? Okay, and I'm about to end soon. So I propose that the change begins with each of us as individuals. I put the icon of the moral compass. We use a compass to find our direction. So this is about direction in life. So as a teacher, as a teacher or as a school leader, we ask right at the top, what is our personal and larger purpose? Okay, truth. Number two, be true to yourself. Are we life-giving educators? Right? We can talk about importance of problem solving and so on and so forth, but in the class, perhaps we may think that matters to do with the larger issues we don't have time for because we need to prepare students for the exam. I mean, that's an extreme example. Number three, aspiration. How do I help the student see themselves as mirrors, all right, in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, but as windows to the issues of the outside world? And goodness, inspire pathways to a greater good. Who are they becoming? All right. So I just take one example, children's literature, the top line, or if you're a language teacher. So it could be a storybook on climate change. So on the leftmost column is the regular national goals of the Ministry of Education or your textbook. Students are supposed to find out what the story about is on climate change, who are the characters and so on. But I'm calling for the center, movement towards the center. Is the story meaningful to the student? Do they care about climate goals in the first place? Do they see these things as what they read on TV and see on TV, but in real life in the school we don't spend much time talking about this? And then towards the end, what are the larger personal goals that they're striving for? Do students care enough to want to make that change to the right-hand side? So that it's not just about things that we read about that looks nice in the curriculum, but it touches matters of the head and the heart. Students care about these things, all right? And this is my second last slide, that at its best, education and teaching is about changing the world. The complex matters and complex issues start today. It's never too early to start. It begins in the kindergarten classroom. And Charlestown says there's no long-range question more important than the purpose and meaning of our lives and our universe. And that's what the earlier speakers have said as well. And Mother Teresa says, don't wait for leaders and policy makers. We're here, do it by ourselves, one at a time, alone, person to person. And this is my last slide. This is a book that I wrote, published by Routledge this year. It's about inspiring purpose in high-performance schooling. So good grades are important, but they are not all that matters, that we need to talk about the larger purpose in our interconnected world. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. That's a very knowledgeable information. Okay, next, our last on-site presentation, Rakoto Ariswa Maminirina Venitra, PhD. His academic background, bachelor degree in Management, Institute Superior Private Professional, ISSUP Madagascar, master degree in Management, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, PhD in Management Science, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Erlangga, Indonesia. His academic position as a social researcher at Asta Research Center, Antananarivo, Madagascar, and then founder and editor-in-chief, International Journal of Economics and Business Issues, and assistant researchers, the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas 11 Maret. Would like to welcome Rakoto Ariswa Maminirina Venitra, PhD. Chance is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All the attendees and the fellow speaker and the organizer community, thank you very much for having me here. And a special dedication to Prof. Martin and Prof. Yudi. Thank you for picking me up this morning. It's very nice of you. And thank you for providing us this platform, multidisciplinary platform that provides approach to sustainability. So this is one of the crucial things that we focus on this talk. So today, it's a pleasure to me to share a case study of Madagascar on how tourism stakeholder collaboration achieve sustainability. So, yeah, yes, it's working. So in my talk today, I would like to, it's a pleasure to me to share about to share a little bit about Madagascar, which is not well known. So I will discuss about the national priority, economics, and also I will talk about the context of sustainability in Madagascar, as well as how tourism industries in Madagascar are going on at the moment. And I will also discuss about the sustainability in context of tourism and the needs of cooperation and partnership to achieve the sustainability. And I also share about some case study that provides a lesson learned from Madagascar perspective. So Madagascar, as among the called developing nations, are still struggling economically. But most of the priorities of the countries are more focused on socio-economic aspects. So these are few of the high priority of the country between 2022 to 2027 that's included in the plan emergence of Madagascar that introduced by the current president of Madagascar since June 2022. So we are focused on building human capital and also to improve the access to quality of education that we have also discussed earlier, this importance. And we also are trying still, as one of the major challenges in Madagascar is malnutrition. So we are also trying to combat with that challenges. And since we have a very low employment rate, so one of the objectives of the country is to provide, create jobs for especially for the youth generation. And since Madagascar is one of the 8 major biodiversity hotspots in the world, so we place very significant role on protecting the environment and also protecting the biodiversity in Madagascar. So sustainability development is one of the major priority of the countries at the moment. So besides providing infrastructure and in terms of roads and also energies are one of the some of the critical our priorities. But so looking at how this has contributed to the Sustainability Development Report, this is based on the Sustainability Development Report. Madagascar is not yet doing well. It's still ranked at the 158 in terms of global ranking. And in terms of some of the focus of this international conference, they are focusing on no poverty, as well as education, quality of education, and justice, and equity, gender equity. So these are still stagnant. So the status are not improving. There is not yet improvement or changes in those goals. So in terms of the sustainability development, I think this is similar to other developing countries that we are not really doing well in terms of this report. So how is industry trying to help and assist to achieve this noble goal? So one of the main research area is tourism and trying to promote and also raise some issue of tourism sustainability in Madagascar. So Madagascar is an island country, for those who haven't heard about Madagascar. So our annual tourist visits in Madagascar is we hosted in average 250,000 international visitors annually, and it's contributed 10% of our GDP. Also, this provides jobs, direct jobs, 350,000 direct and indirect jobs, employment, and also involve more than 1.5 million people in the value chain of tourism industry. So as we see that the industry is one of the vital sector in Madagascar that can boost the economics as well as helps to achieve the sustainable development goals, but also it faces a lot of challenges because as we know that the tourism industry are one of the biggest, contributed 10% of the CO2 emissions globally. So I think so there is a need of these industries to be more developed. So in Madagascar, the tourism are heavily rely on natural resources, the biodiversity as well as the fauna and flora, because we are home for 80% of the and 80% of the biodiversity we have are endemic, so only found in Madagascar. So that's why its play is very significant to address sustainability in the tourism industries. So as we know that the sustainability has been introduced into the tourism context for a long time, since the UN conferences in 1987. So these are some of the examples that have been framework as well as a principle declaration and a convention that trying to address the issue of sustainability and environmental protection in tourism industries. So the concept of tourism, sustainable tourism is lying on 5 aspects, including the setting to ensure those area, to ensure the sustainability of tourism, we have to set the vision of planning for sustainability, as well as analyzing the balance between interests of the tourism actors. So it has to align also with the national priorities. And it also needs for monitoring and optimization of tourism effects, including the type of number and the number of tourism that we are hosting in the country. So luckily, Madagascar is still low in terms of international visitors. So the mass tourism effect of mass tourism in this consequence has not reached our landscape yet. And we also need to inclusion of local community participatory management and community planning, and systematic tourism management also are needs. So when we look back on the concept of sustainability in tourism, there is 12 aims for sustainable tourism back in 2005 by the United Nations Environmental Program and also the World Bank World Tourism Organization. And this has helped policymakers to address some critical issues from this dimension, including the promoting and preserving cultural heritages, and also reducing the impact of human activities on the climate change, and also protecting the biodiversity, as well as promoting social equity and inclusiveness. So, in tourism industries, the conceptual framework of sustainability are a bit different, where we have introduced one aspect of in terms of cultural aspect. It has been included separately in the context of sustainability. So some of the few elements, important key elements of this cultural aspect are to heritage integrity, cultural tourism, and also the rural tourism. So now the tourism are not only attract people to visit destination or landscapes or all enjoying the natural resources, but also tourism are providing services and also experience in terms of culture, history, and also sharing their heritage to the visitors. So when we talk about the stakeholders in tourism industries, we have seen how these are involved in addressing sustainable development. So in tourism industry, the stakeholders are very diverse, ranging from local communities, tourists, universities, NGOs, and private sector, and as well as the government. So in terms of universities, as mentioned earlier, that of several key speakers have mentioned the importance of universities or education institution in creating future leaders that can adopt and cope with the global challenges and address climate change. So university helps to prepare future leaders in tourism industry that can embrace sustainability. And also university also play a significant role in tourism industries in providing science-driven knowledge, not only for policy making, but also for strategic and planning to address and include sustainability in the business processes. So in terms of NGO are helping those universities and all these fundings to help and promote, not only promotes, advocate those research and invites people, the community to be involved in sustainable practices, but also help to conserve, assist in conservation of tourism destination area, and also conserve the culture in a certain destination. And government play a very significant role in tourism industry as a stakeholder because it's not only facilitating through infrastructure, providing infrastructure, but giving a legal framework that can embrace sustainability is very important. So this, by doing through those knowledge and supported from NGOs, it helps government to address those critical issues. So if we look at the methodology on how to assess priority for sustainability in developing countries, we see that all of these stakeholders play a significant role in shaping the policy for and assessing the sustainability in the tourism industry. when we look at the 5 key pillars of sustainability, the tourism policy and governance, trade, investment, and data competitiveness, as well as employment, decent work, and capacity building. So these are, universities are playing a very crucial role on building the human capitals and also providing knowledge that help to assist those aspects. So when we look at the advantages of this cooperation and also seeing the outcome of this cooperation between stakeholders, it builds trust between investors and also the local communities, and as well as building trust and sustainability within the government. And it also helps to share resources where all stakeholders can share their resources, not only in terms of financial resources, but also all the logistics and supply that needs in the supply value chain of tourism industries. And it also helps to provide knowledge for the developing strategy for sustainable tourism, and also knowledge that helps policymakers to develop an effective policy to address sustainability in tourism industry. And it also provides infrastructure from all of these stakeholders that providing complementary resources that might need in tourism industry. So the outcome of this collaboration will give long-term competitive advantage, as well as tourism attract tourists as well as investors, and build trust in sustainability, and also improve the well-being of the local community, and also improve their livelihood by providing jobs and also facilities or all necessary infrastructure. And it also helps to promote sustainable development. So what we have done in Madagascar is we see the sustainability as a collective action. So this collaboration have been expanded not only in terms of within the country, but also we have established cooperation within a region in Africa, Ocean Indians, that helps to promote sustainable tourism in the Indian Ocean, and also trying to benchmark with some best practices from different countries around Africa, including Rwanda, where we are working with, collaborating with the Rwanda Tourism Chamber of Tourism. We are working on trying to address all of the issues of faced by tourism industries in the region. So in terms of the local collaboration, we do have a lot of collaboration between ministries, where Ministry of Public Labor, Ministry of Transportation, and Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Education are working together with the Ministry of Tourism to integrate strategy to address these sustainable developments. So besides those cooperation and activities that have been Madagascar also have trying to involve the local communities into the process of building the strategy, also providing the services and tourism products in the countries. So one of the most interesting strategy that have been recently initiated by the Ministry of Tourism in Madagascar is integrating the agriculture ministry The Ministry of Agriculture in Madagascar and the Ministry of Tourism are working together to provide it the exclusive experiences for the tourism. So based on this framework, we have seen that Madagascar have achieved to improve their some of the Madagascar tourism industry have achieved to improve and achieve the sustainable development goal through providing jobs and also providing sustainable agriculture, as well as helping to conserve the coastal and marine area, specifically in the tourism destination area. And we also have achieved to promote inclusiveness, where all of the local communities and are not separated from the industries. So we also have empowered women, and we have attracted a lot of investors as well in the tourism industry that helps to assist in building the infrastructure in Madagascar. So in Madagascar, we see this sustainability from the point of view of tourism industry as a collective approach, and it requires forces, resources, exchange of knowledge from all diverse stakeholders in the industries. So that's all my time. Thank you very much. If you guys have any question, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. That's a very insightful sharing. And then our last keynote speaker is from University of Pikeville, USA, Professor Agus Sofyan, that would like to have a virtual presentation by a video. Okay. Prof. Tulus, we would like to invite Prof. Dr. Tulus Suryanto, MMAKTCA from UIN Raden Intan Lampung, Indonesia. Prof. Tulus, can you hear us? Okay. Please welcome Prof. Tulus.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry, how about my voice? Clear? Hello?
Yeah, we get it.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. It's very clear. Okay.
Okay, the first I want to thank to invite me. I'm very appreciation to invite me in this international conference, Djuanda International Conference on Applied Science, ya, di DICAS 2024, ya. I think this is the good event and then very prestigious. My Excellency to Consular to University of Djuanda, my experience, my appreciation to all committee and then all speakers today in the conference. I am sorry, I am in travel in train. I am in the trains. I'm sorry. If I talk about sustainability, yes, the sustainability, and then climate change on social, we have talked in SDGs. My title is support sustainability, amid the challenge of climate change through applied and social research. But I might be on double language, yeah. Meanwhile, I think in I saw in participant all in Indonesia. Okay, thank you to over my slide. Okay, sustainability, yes, sustainability. This is about how to, how to sustainability related, to SDGs, supporting to SDGs. I'm sorry, where am I Zoom? Yes. Next slide, please. If we are talk about SDGs, we are talk about how to, kita bicara tentang bagaimana strategic bisnis ini berconnect dalam etis dan perlindungan lingkungan, seperti itu. Bagaimana ini semua akan menjadi relate bisnis dan pemeliharaan lingkungan. Ini penting, mengapa? It's important. Why? If we are about business, we must be focused also about environment. Okay. And then number two, if about research, social research, kita juga akan bicarakan nih dalam ranah-ranah penelitian yang berkaitan dengan keberlangsungan, kemudian penelitian terapan sosial. Ini penting nih untuk semua industri dan juga bisa memberikan kontribusi, kemudian membantu organisasi bagaimana kita bisa memberikan pengaruh yang lebih positif, jadi kita juga dalam melakukan riset must be give the or support about positive, from industry and organization. This is important thing. The next slide, please. Many theme about research, for next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry, back slide. Ada beberapa tema tentang penelitian yang berkaitan tentang bicara sustainability, talk about energy, energy, and then renewable energy, Ini kita akan bicara bagaimana energi terbarukan ini banyak yang sudah diteliti dan juga memberikan sebuah supporting, bagaimana kita bisa memberikan layanan yang lebih efisien, untuk penggunaan energi. Kemudian juga kita juga akan bicara tentang pengembangan bahan daur ulang, meningkatkan penggunaan bahan daur ulang, sumber limbah, produk sampingan, dari organisasi lain. Ini banyak sekali penelitian bicara tentang daur ulang, bahasa lain dari kita bisa memanfaatkan recycle material development, Ini daur ulang ini penting sekali dalam rangka kita bisa melihat sesuatu yang tidak berharga, tetapi justru ini bisa menjadi solusi, one solution for raw material import, Next, research for safe resource, Ini juga penting. Kita bisa melihat berbagai penelitian yang berkaitan seperti itu, tentang bagaimana kita mampu menghemat sumber daya manusia. Kemudian juga banyak sekali kontribusi riset bagaimana cara menghemat energi, air, dan minimal emisi gas rumah kaca, Ini juga menjadi penting. research ya, save resource ini, save energy and water, dan minimize greenhouse ya, rumah kaca, gas and emissions. Kemudian research by reduce waste and building relationship ya. Ini juga kita akan melihat bagaimana gitu ya limbah dan bangunan ya yang berkaitan tentang produk buangan seperti ya. Jadi bagaimana riset-riset bisa menemukan bagaimana mengurangi limbah dalam setiap rantai pasok ya, dan bangunan hubungan pemasok yang langgeng seperti itu. Number 4 ya, slide number 5 ini bicara tentang award contracts, contract reward business ya. Mengapa penelitian-penelitian ini sering diteliti ya, menjadi sesuatu yang menarik. This is important thing about research in contract. Ya, karena kontrak memberikan penghargaan kepada bisnis yang mengelola dengan baik. Bila kita berikan reward, kita berikan penghargaan, kita berharap juga bisa memberikan dampak pada dunia bisnis untuk kesadaran lingkungan seperti itu. Next slide. Ya, di sini ada the triple bottom line ya of sustainable procurement ya. Ini number 1 environment, social and economic ya. Jadi the focus of the research ini bicara tentang bagaimana mengadakan bisnis yang ramah lingkungan ya, terutama fokus pada aspek lingkungan ya. Gerakan ini juga dikenal sebagai sumbang hijau. Kalau di Indonesia itu green resource, itu juga berkaitan erat dengan satu bahan dan alternatif yang lebih pada ramah lingkungan ya. Banyak sekali juga sekarang industri hotel maybe itu using the paper layers ya, dan juga banyak produk-produk yang sudah ramah lingkungan, tidak lagi menggunakan plastik botol dan air kemasan, itu sudah pakai gelas yang bisa tidak berulang-ulang ya, jadi bisa digunakan berulang-ulang. Itu yang sudah dilakukan dalam berbagai dunia bisnis. Jadi ada 3 hal yang kita bicarakan ya, any fitting in the bottom line, development, society and economy. Jadi ada hal yang perlu diperhatikan dalam 3 hal ya, berkaitan dengan tema perlindungan lingkungan ya, baik limbah, bahan berbahaya, hak asasi manusia, kepatuhan anti penyuapan, perburuan yang adil, kesetaraan, keamanan, kesejahteraan pendidikan dan pembangunan, dan kebebasan berserikat. Di sini kaitan dengan riset, ini yang berkaitan dengan all the research about sustainability and then impactful to sosial. Di sini kita bisa melihat bahwa banyak hal yang diteliti untuk bisa memberikan masukan. Many research focus to keep the contribution to sustainability. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, this is the element of ESG. Yeah, ESG. The component of ESG ini juga bagian dari elemen yang banyak sekali juga menjadi perhatian dan diteliti untuk bisa menjadi sebuah model ya. Number 1 is environmental ya, or kriteria ya, atau kriteria lingkungan yang mencakup bagaimana mengkonsumsi energi perusahaan ya. Kemudian juga emisi karbon, ya, bagaimana juga pembuangan limbah, kemudian juga kebutuhan sumber daya dan dampak ekologis yang dihasilkan. Nah, di sini I yang pertama, ya. Yang kedua itu kita bicara tentang sosial ya. Ini stand for sosial atau standar sosial. Itu ini sebenarnya membahas tentang hubungan antara perusahaan dengan orang-orang dan institusi pada komunitas bisnis seperti itu ya. Jadi ada semacam barrier ya antara sosial dan dunia bisnis biar terkoneksi ya. Jadi tidak bisa serta-merta perusahaan membangun bisnisnya, tetapi tidak relate juga dalam kehidupan sosial atau mungkin bisa meresahkan atau merusak lingkungan. Itu penting sekali kita bicara ESG. Number 3, we are talk the G is for government ya. Jadi kita bicara tentang tata kelola, ya, governance. Ya, ini merupakan sistem atau sistem praktek yang di dalamnya ada sistem kontrol dan prosedur ya, dari setiap perusahaan. Ya. Yang di dalamnya itu sebetulnya mengatur untuk membuat keputusan yang efektif dalam rangka mematuhi hukum atau law dan memenuhi kebutuhan pemangku kepentingan ya, atau stakeholder eksternal. Nah, di sini juga menjadi bagian yang tidak bisa terpisahkan dalam SDGs.
Prof. Tulus, 5 minutes left.
Oh yes, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think I need to focus to what the meaning this case of the sustainability yang paling umum ya. Apabila kita bicara tentang rantai pasok ya, kita bicara tentang supply chain, sebetulnya ada bagian penting dari bisnis itu bagaimana supaya benang merah yang menghubungkan ya antara customer ya, kemudian juga mitra dan supplier ini juga ada benang merah agar sustainability itu bisa menjamin dalam jangka yang panjang. Jadi the driver of the business case for sustainability development itu yang pertama adalah risk reduction, cost reduction, revenue growth dan compliance itu sendiri. Okay. But if we are talk about sustainability, I think any thing about constraint ya, constraintnya juga ada, hambatan-hambatannya itu juga terlihat ya. Tentunya hal-hal seperti ini juga dapat diminimalis dan juga bisa ditempuh dengan berbagai cara seperti itu ya. Yang paling penting adalah bagaimana kita juga bisa mengintegrasikan berbagai metode perhitungan gambar emisi seperti itu. Oke, many research saya menampilkan banyak riset tentang penelitian ya, tentang collect SDG data from supply and assessment. Ini semua riset ya, saya memaparkan dari beberapa penelitian tentang bagaimana SDG ya, atau SDGs itu dari berbagai data ya, seperti itu. Jadi dalam penelitian tentang AMIT berkelanjutan dan dapat menggunakan formil penilaian ya, atau evaluasi untuk mengukur data tentang SDGs, kinerja basis pemasok, hingga ada dapat kemudian membuat keputusan yang harus bertanggung jawab. Ya, saya berharap ya, many research about climate change, sustainability, informasi, management data, teknologi, ya, kemudian juga problem solution yang diberikan dari berbagai research, ya, dari berbagai hasil kontribusi from research, ini bisa memberikan masukan ya pada para pengambil kebijakan ya, baik pemerintah, governance, ya, kemudian dunia usaha, kemudian juga masyarakat dalam pentingnya ya bagaimana kita menciptakan bisnis yang ramah lingkungan, yang nanti dampaknya, impactfulnya untuk kehidupan sosial masyarakat, dan akhirnya lingkungan dari SDGs yang menjadi sebuah cita-cita ya, dan menjadi sebuah standar ya dunia ya. SDGs ini juga bisa kita jembatani dan juga bisa menjadikan capaian ya dari 17 goals SDGs ya. Number 1, ekonomi ya, ini bicara tentang profit ya. Culture, ini sebuah tujuan, kemudian juga environmental, kemudian sosial. This is sebuah link ya, yang perlu menjadi sebuah bagian yang tidak bisa dipisah. The research must be give the contribution for making the policy. Jadi semua riset ini kita berharap bisa menjadi sebuah masukan pada pengambil kebijakan dalam rangka bisa menciptakan kehidupan yang berkelanjutan, yang kedepannya juga bisa mensejahterakan, kemudian juga bisa menjadi sebuah tonggak untuk kehidupan sosial yang bisa lebih beradab, lebih berkeadilan, dan akhirnya tujuan kita bersama terciptanya kesejahteraan. Mungkin itu dari saya, mohon maaf presentasinya agak sedikit terburu-buru karena memang dalam perjalanan. Thank you very much for opportunity to presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Tulus, for your insightful information. And this is our last speaker today. We are going to have a video presentation from Professor Agus Sofyan, PhD, University of Pikeville, United States. But because of the shrinking time, during the video presentation, we are going to invite for a question and answer. But because it's very, very limited time, just one question. Come on. I'd like sorry because that would be Salat Jumat for Muslim. So yeah, we just have about 15 minutes for a question and answer. Come on. Okay. Okay, from the girl on the corner. Come on. Quickly. Hurry up. Come on, you can ask from here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I think thanks for opportunity to question. Permission to ask. My name is Salsabila Dawiyah Putri Andini. I'm of the student Magister Public Administration in first of 2024. Okay, for the SDGs context on climate change, many development countries face significant challenges in access to green technologies because of high contents and lack of support infrastructure. With this display need, how can it be effective to ensure a fair transit of technology from developed countries to developing countries, so that they can significantly contribute to a global effort to curb carbon emissions? Is there a plug-in multi-stakeholder mechanism or collaboration? I think thanks for your the best attention, and let's say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. This is about how the science or the research contribution from the developed country. Yeah? I think that's the main point. How the result or how the community, collaboration of community could be give a beneficial for developed country. So I think could be answered by Prof. Rena.
Yes, the question, can you please kindly repeat the question,
Specifically, okay, there was some result of the research, that we have already discussed. But which one is that you think is a very main point, the main point of the research that could be very beneficial for a country, especially for developed country?
Thank you.
Yeah, because there would be some high technology that sometimes is not could be integrated with the developed country. Yeah, not all the result of research. Yeah, could be incorporated in developed country. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that thought-provoking question. Well, in my view, research, I've been a researcher for many years of my life. You don't need to do advanced research. Even if you can do a basic research, but you be responsible researcher. When you are a responsible researcher, you can always contribute immensely for the growth, for the development, for the welfare of the community and the society, and most importantly, the environment. So research is a journey. It's not a destination. You don't need to go to Harvard University. You don't need to go to Stanford University. You don't need to go to MIT or Oxford or whichever universities. You can be still part of this university and you can still create miracles. So therefore, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen, my request to you is that how responsible you are, how sensitive you are to the community that you would like to serve. Research is like an ocean, like Pacific Ocean. We have so much to do on a daily basis. There are so many challenges, problems keep rising from time to time. So it is up to you as a researcher where you can try to demarcate. You can't, Pacific Ocean is the biggest ocean in the whole world with about plus minus 268 million square kilometers land. It is more than the size of the land surface actually. If you would like to do research on Pacific Ocean and blue economy, as Professor UD is here, who is an expert in blue economy. So you cannot do research in Pacific Ocean looking at the marine resources, marine economy and so on. So you have to choose location specific, area specific, or within that domain, what is the sub-theme that you could able to choose, and where is your problem statement you could able to define, and how you create your objectives, your hypothesis, and how do you test your hypothesis. What is the relationship between your hypothesis, hypothetical statement, and what is the relationship with your findings? Is there any relationship that you are establishing? What kind of relation that you are establishing? So those are the ways that we could able to demarcate, distinguish ourselves and our research from other peers who have been working on that. I don't know whether I could answer this, and is there anything else you would like to add? So one more important point I would like to mention here, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of professors, experienced professionals As I indicated to you in my opening speech, that we have got a population of 8.1 billion people. Out of 8.1 billion people, how many researchers are there in this world? You just question that yourself. How many researchers are there in this world is much less than 1%. So meaning that we have only less than 10 million people, they are researchers in this world. So out of 10 million researchers, if you become one among the 10 million, how proud you are going to be. How proud Indonesia is going to be. Country like South Korea, where it has got highest number of researchers for every 1 million people. There are 7,200 researchers in South Korea for every 1 million population. Whereas country like USA, which is the largest economy in the world with about $26 trillion income, it has got probably about 6,000 researchers per 1 million population. So population of America is about 340 million people. Now, ladies and gentlemen, fifth largest economy like India, we only got 265 researchers for every 1 million population in India. In Indonesia, probably the situation is a little bit better than India because the population of Indonesia is only about 280, 285 millions. So we have about plus minus about 300 plus researchers for every 1 million people. So I would like to encourage the young minds like yourself. We have so much scope for you to become a researcher. And I also would like to emphasize and advise that don't become a seasonal researcher where you complete your PhD, you got title, become doctor, then you forget research. Please don't ever do that. Research is an unending dialogue between the researcher and the research per se. So research should stay and it be part of your own life. Whatever you do, wherever you go, you try to contribute and you try to make that research alive so that you also will become alive. Now, lastly, I would like to mention one more point that if I ask a question that how many of you do not know about Albert Einstein, who was a great scientist? If I ask the question, is there anybody does not know Albert Einstein in this hall? Many people may not raise the hand because almost all of us, one day or the other day, we studied, we read about his research. E is equal to mc square and so much theory that he propounded for the physics. He passed away somewhere around 1955. More than 70 years down the line, we still remember him today because of his research. So Albert Einstein died, but his research legacy is making him to be alive.
Okay, thank you.
So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please try to do research. Even we all will be leaving this world in the coming 50 to 70 years period. None of us will be alive. But if your research is credible, if you do good research, you will always remain alive. So with these few words, I'd like to thank.
The certificate awarding, please, for the all keynote speakers, would you please to come to the stage for the certificate awarded from Chancellor of Universitas Djuanda. You may have here.
land and the sea by the reason, by the action of people, and then Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will let them to taste this consequence. So they will taste the bad condition because of their bad action in order to make them return to be righteous. So if they taste this bad condition because of their bad action, they might change their actions to be a good action and try to recover the good environmental situation or condition. Now, this is examples. These are two examples of actions that have done by humans. The top one is in Kentucky. This is a mining site. So in Kentucky, because the coal are so many in the Appalachian mountains, they actually can mine the coals by cutting the hill. It's called the mountaintop removal mining. And at the bottom one is the deforestation in Kalimantan. As you see, they have the same effect over here. Well, these two environments has been destroyed. Now, what is climate change? So climate change defined as long-term change in global climate patterns, typically characterized by the rise of global temperatures, change in precipitation, and also more frequent of extreme weather. So this is one of the definitions of climate change. And the main cause of this climate change or increase of global temperature is due to the emission of greenhouse gases. There are several of greenhouse gases, but there are three of these greenhouse gases that is very important. The first one is the carbon dioxide. So about 80% of greenhouse gases in the form of carbon dioxide. Second one is methane. And the third one is nitrous oxide. There are the fourth one is called the CFC, chlorofluorocarbons. But this CFC is being reduced due to the actions of the international actions after the Montreal Protocol in 1987, where the CFC use was banned. So no more CFC can be used. Therefore, the CFC is now a very low concentration. It is not considered as part of this greenhouse gases anymore. It can, it's keep going down the concentration because of this ban on production and use. So if you see here, these three greenhouse gases, the carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, the emission has been increased, especially since the industrial era over here, about 1750. This is when the start the industrialization. The greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitric oxide has been increased exponentially, so fast. So,
okay.
And then,
I'd like to inform that we are going to have a parallel session after break times, and then for you who would like to join for a Zoom meeting, we are going to have a break room after Zuhur, after Salat Jumat, okay? But please, 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
From 1955, this is the carbon dioxide concentrations keep increasing. And then when we plot the temperature, the global temperature, it actually following the same pattern. So the trends are the same. It's showing us there is a very strong correlation between increase of carbon dioxide and the increase of atmospheric temperature. And there is a fact that, United States, with less of 50% of world population, is actually produce more than quarter or about 1/4 of carbon dioxide emissions. By China and India. Oil-rich countries like Uni Emirate Arab Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, they actually have the highest per capita output of carbon dioxide. However, because the countries are small, their overall impact are considerably modest. The lowest global carbon dioxide emission actually in African countries like Chad, for example. So this country produce very low carbon dioxide. Per capita maybe only 1 of thousands of the United States. And then the Sweden, this is the country that actually tried to replace the fossil fuel energy with renewable energy, and what happened? They actually reduced 40% of carbon dioxide emissions over the last 30 years. This is showing us that changing the source of energy, especially electricity, from fossil fuel to renewable energy can reduce carbon dioxide by a lot. Now I want to make a comparison over here. This is the data from comparisons between United States. So this is the carbon dioxide emissions in United States, and this is in Indonesia. So this is Indonesia, and this is United States. So by sector, if you compare between both country, the highest emission is actually coming from this sector over here, which is coming for power industry. So like the power plants, electricity. So the same thing with Indonesia is also coming from the power industry, which is mostly both of these country using the fossil fuel for electricity, like coal, for example. But if you see here the trend, so in United States, in 1970, for example, there are about 4.3 gigaton emissions. It's increased in 2000s, close to 6 gigaton over here. However, if you see 2023, it is going down to about 4.5 gigaton. And also, if you see the trend of the per capita carbon dioxide emissions, so this is also known as the footprints. So United States actually have a very good action that causing the reductions of the carbon dioxide emission over here. So starting from maybe around 22 here, going down to about 14 ton carbon dioxide per capita per year. Now look at Indonesia over here. Okay? So in overall, the trend is still increasing. So increasing, the total emissions increasing. And then also the trend of per capita is still increasing. It means that the action that has been done in Indonesia is not good enough to reduce the carbon dioxide emission compared to the United States. Now, this is the scenario that has been created by the IPPC, Intergovernmental for the Climate Change, Intergovernmental Panel for the Climate Change. So if you see over here, so this is our positions right now, is about maybe 1 degree Celsius